Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette, as we kick off a 5-day race week here at Keeneland Racecourse, which means we've got, 8 days left here in the spring meeting?
Yeah. And like 3 more cards to handicap? That's how I time.
We've got.
I know that we're getting to the close, but it's sad. We've had such a brilliant past couple of weeks. And even last week, I was thinking back on some of the tight finishes and the close races. It's been fun.
Hopefully you all had a great Easter Sunday, as we didn't race this past Sunday, but we had a big week of racing with a great Saturday, and we're going to take a look back at that in just a moment. We want to remind you that it is Wednesday, so it's Wednesday Challenge Day. So take advantage of entering this contest, handicapping contest presented by Malone's. It's a $10 entry fee. You can get involved at Wagering Central, which is just on the other side of the grandstand from where we're at. You can ask one of the green coats if you're having any trouble finding Wagering Central, and you'll place a mythical $2 win place wager on races 3 through 8. It's just $10 to get involved. Great way to get yourself involved if you're a novice to handicapping and playing this great sport. But Wednesday Challenge, looking forward to that as well. And don't forget, another reminder, in the final race today, Toyota Super High 5 carryover over $38,000.
It's a tough one, especially in today's last race. I think all of them are tough, those Super High 5s.
Picking a winner is hard enough. Picking the first 5 finishers,
that's very tough.
A lot more difficult, no question about it. All right, let's take a look back at last Saturday, our last race day here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we'll start with race number 3 on that card, Short Summer Dress, getting the victory, and you'll find that runner entered in the Keeneland April sale, which comes up next Friday on closing day. Right after the races will be hip number 4, Rational Choice. Another winner that is entered in the Keeneland April sale. Later on in that sale, hip number 69. By the way, there have been some supplements for those interested in the April sale just announced this morning. Make sure you look at those big names, including a horse that's got a spot in the Preakness Stakes already. Campanelli came back in style, winning the Giants Causeway. And then Tawny Port, the Keeneland sales grad, winner of the Stone Street Lexington.
And he's got enough points to head to the Kentucky Derby. So now trainer Brad Cox, with this victory, has 3 Kentucky Derby starters, which is incredible. I believe he has at least 1 in the Oaks as well. And then we'll finish things off with a Regal Glory. Look at this jockey cam and the tight finish as well. Take you around the far turn. I always think that that's such a cool shot. But Regal Glory, Scott, she beat Shanti Sara in the end in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. And what a mare this has been for owner Peter Brandt. You could just tell that he meant a lot to her.
Well, having the great pleasure of being out there on the turf course for the Winner's Circle picture, the thing that stood out to me was the conversation between Peter Brandt and Chad Brown after the ceremony out there, after the interviews and after the picture, said, we don't want to leave this grass. This is hallowed ground. And you really consider that, the hallowed ground that we get a chance to be part of, to get to see these horses compete on each and every race day here at Keeneland Racecourse. It's something, and for connections like that to say that, it really did stand out in that Winner's Circle presentation. And
Chad Brown with his 5th victory in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, right? So that makes him the all-time leading trainer in terms of wins for the Jenny Wiley. And speaking about hallowed grounds, I mean, think of the horses that he's won that race with.
Some
himself.
Serious mares. And Regal Glory is a serious mare. There's no question about it. All right, let's go to WKYT for the latest on this afternoon's weather.
Should be another really nice day out at the track, with temperatures that are going to run at some much warmer levels as we go moving along here at Keeneland. I expect those daytime highs probably coming in somewhere in the 60s, close to 70 degrees even, and we're dry. So it's a dry day, it's a sunny day, and things look pretty calm as far as that's concerned. There might be a little bit of a breeze blowing, but other than that, this is truly a nice spring-like day for folks that are heading out to the track here on this Wednesday. You all have a great day, and good luck out there.
So perfect conditions here this afternoon and this weekend. If you're planning on coming out and joining us here at the track, expect temperatures in the 80s. It's going to be steamy on the weekend.
Literally experienced every single season this week.
That is the truth. We've seriously gone from winter. We're going to go from winter straight into summer, it seems, as well. So perfect day. Hopefully you get a chance to come out and join us here this afternoon for 8 race card. Full card selections. Let's take a peek at these. Best way to keep track of them. Reminder, download the Keeneland Race Day app, and you'll have access to all of our selections each and every race day, not just Gabby and myself, but other top handicappers like our colleagues Tom Leach, Ed DeRosa, Jeremy Plonk. And so giving you picks, here they are. And we have
two races.
Races 3 and 6.
Races 3 and 6. We agree on number 4 in race 3, number 2 in race 6. And for what it's worth, looking back to last Saturday, Scott, you had 2 winners from your top pick. I had 2 winners from our top pick, and 4 winners, both of us, from our second pick. I will give you credit. You know I don't do that often. You've been coming in hot this meet. You've been picking
focused.
some winners.
Yeah, we've had a good run. We certainly have. And you hit a trifecta in the 9th race on Saturday.
The Lexington Ice Cold Try.
972, 50 cents, returned $58.80. Download that Keeneland Race Day app right now on your smart device, on your smartphone or tablet, and it is a slick way to keep track of our selections each and every race day. Social media, give us a follow on Twitter at Keeneland Racing, same on Facebook at Keeneland on Instagram, and the Watch TVG app. If you don't have TVG2 in your home via your cable or satellite provider, download the Watch TVG app right now. It's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and you'll be able to catch Today at Keeneland each and every race day when Gabby and I come to you from Keeneland Racecourse. So download that Watch TVG app, and you'll have TVG2 in your home. You can stay current with us here on Today at Keeneland each and every race day. All right, let's get into the featured event. It's race number 7 on the card. It's the Whisper Hill 3 other than allowance race, bringing together stakes-type runners. A couple of scratches in here. Take out the 2, the 5, the 11, 14, and 15. Camp Hope, the number 4 horse, the morning line favorite, a colt that was very flashy in his runs here last October. He won twice on the meet, first level allowance victory, then he won the Bryan Station, then shipped out west, and just was not as sharp in the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby, which was taken by Beyond Brilliant. So we'll see if he can bounce back here today and remain perfect on this Keeneland turf course. I go to the outside in here to the number 10 horse, Beacon Hill, for Michael Matson, Running More Racing. This is a son of Blame who comes in off of a second-place finish at Belmont Park in the point of entry stakes, going 1.5 miles, so shortens up in distance. He's always right there. He's always tracking just off the pace, and we're going to take you back to his most recent run in this, or actually his most recent start here at Keeneland. This was 3 starts back. He's beaten by a horse by the name of Cavalry Charge by just 3/4 of a length. Cavalry Charge went down this past winter to Fairgrounds and had a nice meet. Won the Grade 3 Fairgrounds handicap in February, so keeping good company, and he's just been consistently right there each and every time, and he earned a career best speed figure in his most recent start, going 1.5 miles, and I don't think the 1.5 miles, he's just a nice horse. I don't think that the distance is going to make a difference for Beacon Hill. Joel Rosario gets the opportunity to ride him. I like him on top of the number 4 horse, who his form speaks for itself here, Camp Hope, that morning line favorite. And then the number 8 horse, Invader, for Wesley Ward, who should be dictating the pace here today. And we'll see if this turf course is any different with, we didn't really get much rain in these 3 days. So we got a firm turf course
Finally,
today.
for the first day of the meet.
First time we'll have firm turf course. So that should help Invader with his speed in post, or he'll be the number 8 horse in there, excuse me.
I think it's going to help my horse, too. And you know how you have a horse that you just always pick and you're just going to, like,
Win,
go
lose, or
down
draw?
with,
Yeah.
you're just going to go down with the ship. That's me and Gray's Creek, the 7 horse in here. Now, my relationship with this horse started when he was trained by Chad Brown, but now he's trained by Paul Lobo for OXO Equine. But let's show you his last race, and mind you, it was a while ago. It was back in June in the Grade 1 Jaipur. He had a pretty bad trip, and you just can't overcome that type of trip going 6 furlongs in a Grade 1. But he has an opening on the rail here. He switches leads, and Scott, the rider's trying to encourage him to go through kind of this small opening, and then he has to check up really badly. The rider sits down in the saddle and then pretty much just sits on him from there on for the rest of the stretch run. So I actually thought it was a better than what it might appear that it looks like on paper, and I also think he's a better horse going a distance of ground. That was a 3/4 length sprint. Now he stretches back out to 1 mile and a 16. So he should be able to sit in a mid-pack position and go on from there under Luis Saez. So he's going to be the top pick. I'll also use the number 8 horse, Invader underneath, who looks to be the speed of the speed. If he gets loose on the front end, he's going to be tough to catch. And then the number 4 horse, as you mentioned, the favorite, Camp Hope, who, ended the season last year with a subpar performance, but he's obviously a better horse than that. I just wonder if he is going to get in the way of Invader, or Invader's going to get in his way as well. These two, I feel like, do you think they could hook up on the front end a little bit, or do you think Invader's a little bit faster?
I mean, anything's possible. I think Invader probably is a hair faster. I think that he takes the initiative. I think Brian Hernandez on Camp Hope is going to have to be content with sitting off of it, because, I mean, you don't want these two horses to run off and set things up for these horses to come from off the pace. But that's the race within the race. There's always races within the race, but that's the thing to pay attention to right at the onset when they leave the starting gate, those two horses.
Yeah, so maybe a good setup for my top pick in Grace Creek.
Let's check in with Tom Leach for more on today's feature.
Ian Wilkes is going to saddle Street Ready in the allowance feature. Just the one out this year down at Gulfstream. Tell me about that race.
Yeah, it was a good race. Got a little bit tired in the race, needed the race. He come back and worked really well here. So, of course, Keeneland's tough, but he's ready.
Does this course move him up a little bit, do you think?
He's run good here, so he likes his track.
What kind of year do you think you're going to have with him?
Pretty good year, I hope. Touch wood. Yeah, everything's good. He's coming back good. Just got that race into him now. We can use this as a stepping stone to something else.
And you like what you're seeing in the training?
Yeah, very well. He's got a lot of energy training. Very happy. Did work the other day, just real easy. So I'm very happy with him.
It's Ian Wilkes. Keep an eye on Street Ready in the allowance feature.
All right, that is our analysis and in-depth look at the featured event, the Whisper Hill race number 7 on this 8-race card. We're going to go to our key races of the day. I want to go to the baby race, which is mid-card, race number 4 today here at Keeneland Racecourse. This might be the best 2-year-old race that we've had so far. There's some serious horses in here based on pedigrees. And the morning line favorite is Talking Pharaoh, and that is obviously one of them. This is a horse owned by Ranlow Investments, which is Mr. Randy Lowe. He is the owner that had Lady Shipman, and Lady Shipman is the first dam of Golden Pal. The midshipman tie-in is here on the dam side from a midshipman first dam. Just talking, but it's a colt by American Pharaoh that they paid $260,000 for last year here at the Keeneland September sale. He's my second choice. I'm going to Winchell Thoroughbreds and Steve Asmussen on a high-priced yearling that they bought here at the Keeneland September sale last year for $450,000. That is Magic Tap. He's done nothing but train here locally at Keeneland. I think the intention, obviously, is to win one of these races or win this race. He has to be a pretty forward horse for them to show up here this early with a son of Tappet, who is a half-brother to American Gal. American Gal, multiple Grade 1 winner, won the Grade 1 test, won the Grade 1 Humana Distaff, and there he is. Look at the size of this colt as a yearling. So looking forward to comparing this footage to what we'll see from him here this afternoon. The hammer is going to fall at $450,000. So I just,
he's a huge yearling, and a lot of the time you don't see yearlings kind of with that frame be able to debut in the spring. So that just shows you his natural talent.
Exactly. So he's out of a Ghost Sapramero. As mentioned, he's a half-brother to that multiple Grade 1 winner, American Gal. So Steve Asmussen wins a lot of 2-year-old races, but not necessarily here at Keeneland. It normally takes place at Churchill. And in the summer, that's really where it progresses. So the fact that they're here, I think, and has been training here is just, I think, a huge positive for Magic Tap. And then finally, Sergeant Counselor for Frank Taylor, another Keeneland grad, son of Bolt Doro, for first starter for Will Walden, the son of Elliot Walden. There's quite a story there that we're not going to get into, but you'll hear it told over the course of this afternoon. And Sergeant Counselor will be sold at the Keeneland April sale as well. He's hip number 2, so the second horse that will go through the sales ring. Sergeant Counselor looking to give Bolt Doro his second winner. It's his first crop, his first winner. Could you guess where Bolt Doro's first winner came?
I don't know. I'm running on little sleep today, Scott. Don't test me.
Phoenix, Arizona, Turf Paradise.
Really?
His first winner, Bolt Doro.
Okay.
Will Walden told me that, so little side note there. So looking forward to this baby race.
Arizona tie?
Exactly, my home state. You're taking us one race prior, race number 3.
Race 3. It's a $50,000 claiming race, 7 furlongs on the main track. And I just thought that this was a bit of a tricky race here. The favorite on the morning line is He's in Charge, the number 4 horse at 2-1. He is taking a drop in class for trainer Al Stahl. And that's where I do land. I just think Al Stahl is so good with his sprinters. There are a couple of class droppers in here, but none as good as this horse. I mean, the horses that he's been facing in his last couple of races. We'll take you back to his race on the February 10th. This was at the fairgrounds, and you want to talk about maybe the company lines. This horse was in the thick of it early. I mean, they went 21-3, 45-2 for the half, and finished up in 109-3. The winner of the race is Tulane Trist, who we actually saw shipped to Oaklawn and face Stakes Company. Didn't fare too well against Stakes Company, but that was a horse I think was riding maybe a 4-race win streak, something like that. So unfortunately, he just caught an absolute bear in his first race off of the layoff, and now they're just getting realistic with him, dropping him in for the $50,000 tag. I do think he's a class of the race, but you also get Super Comet, who's dropping in class. I like the blinkers going on because this horse seemingly gets a little bit lost at sprint distances. I understand why they stretched him out to a distance of ground last time out, but I think the cutback, the blinkers on, will help sharpen him from the gate. And then the 7, King's Mischief for trainer Ian Wilkes. This is a horse that, you know, his wins, on his best day, he could win this race, but sometimes he's an inconsistent sort. Look at his last 2 races. He won on the turf 2 back, and then he absolutely threw in a clunker against Allowance Company last time out. But I think one that you should definitely use for the trifecta, but the 4 on top for me.
Here's another horse to consider. It's in the nightcap today, Trip Note Pros. If you're not using Trip Note Pros, you need to. Keeneland.com/Trip Note Pros. Sign up and take advantage of the hours and hours of work that is put in to dig into these trips and find things that are not revealed and just not capable of being revealed just looking at the run lines. They had a really nice week last week. Trip Note Pros was on some horses that were big prices, so you have to take advantage of the work that goes in to each card. Kevlar in race number 8, the number 2 horse out of the Jesus Esquivel barn, was claimed last time out for $15,000, was held up to rate but landed in the bad in-between position, was shuffled 2 times on the backstretch before checking out of the spot that he was in, and lost all hope. We're going to take you back to that race at Turfway.
Yeah, and the event happens on the backstretch, so you'll show him in a really bad spot getting shuffled, and then if you continue, you'll see him check out of the race to lose all hope early in the far turn, So they pretty much just wrapped up on him in the end after all of that trouble. So maybe one to consider later today in race 8. Again, the number 2, Kevlar.
And here's more notes on it. Jockey Intent, trouble not in the PPs as mentioned. So often Trip Note Pros is able to find that and then excused in that spot. So again, Keeneland.com/Trip Note Pros, an investment from Keeneland for you folks out there to take advantage of, and we appreciate the hours and the tireless effort from Trip Note Pros that goes into each and every card. There was a card last weekend that literally took 20 hours for our friend over at Trip Note Pros to go through and come up with all these notes. So just to give you, and that's a real number. That is how much effort and work is put into Trip Note Pros. Same for Clocker Report, out each and every morning, keeping track of these horses. Race number 4, that 2-year-old race, they like the number 4 horse, Simply Super, who draws post position at number 2. Worked out of the gate, progressively better gate works, above average, and gets a top jock in Tyler Gaffalione. This is a Mike Maker trainee from Maxis Stable, colt by Super Saver. So a couple of good works out of the gate, 48-2 and then 47-2. And then mid-card race number 5, the 8 Dreamful, 48-3, in good form, back to turf, looks well placed. Barn is batting 500, 50% synthetic to turf in limited starts. Go-to rider gets aboard. So mark the 4 in race 4 and the 8 in race 5.
I think that's important info in the 5th race, too, because Dreamful has never run on the dirt before. This horse has been competing on the synthetic at Turfway, and then the only other starts have been on the turf. But it just seems like, you know, he had a good work over the main track here at Keeneland. Now he goes back to turf. He just looks like a horse that might be in good form. The 8 Dreamful for Brad Cox in race 5. We love the information we get, whether it be Trip Notes Pro or Clocker Report. It's very useful.
Let's dive into our late pick 4 tickets on the afternoon. Here's my attack. Going to go 3 deep in this first leg, and then 3 and by 4 by 4. And the 2 horse Ewens for Joe Sharp included in that first leg. Got eligible for this race back all the way in his debut in June of last summer in the starter allowance race. The 9 and the 8 as well being included in this spot for Brad Cox, and then the 9 horse Viburnum. horse that also ran for 40 first time out. That's how he got eligible. So that's a tough little starter allowance race, bringing together some horses that have moved up the ranks and now maintain that eligibility. As far as race number 6, the 2, 5, and 9, and then going 4 deep in the last 2 legs. So $72 investment, determined to hit one of these late pick 4s here this week.
You've invested enough money in it.
Let's get after it.
$27 is my ticket. First leg of the sequence, 8, 9, and 10. That's that starter allowance. And I think you have to use Viburnum, Dreamful, the Clocker Report horse, and then Runaway Rocket is my top pick. In the 6th race, using the 2, 3, and the 5, that's a $30,000 claiming race. 7th race, just using 2 horses, and the 7 and the 8. Gray's Creek, my top pick, and Invader. And then we get to the final race of the sequence, race 8, which is a maiden claiming race, using my top 3 in there. If you have the funds, maybe add a little bit to the last leg, and you can even add Camp Hope in the 7th. If you like the favorite in the 7th race, it's a very tricky sequence today because they're deep fields, and I thought just very competitive races in the late pick 4 sequence where you could maybe put the check mark next to 5 different horses and make this ticket as expensive as $72 or even more.
All right, time now for our best angles of the afternoon. We're both going to go to race number 5, in fact, and I like Viburnum, the number 9 horse in here. He's 8-1 on the morning line. The morning line favorite is the 8-horse Dreamful out of the Brad Cox barn. But Viburnum, to me, makes a ton of sense in this spot. This is a filly that ran in the Dueling Ground Oaks at Kentucky Downs last year. She competed in the Dowager, that 1.5-mile event. She shortens back up to a mile. This filly will run better today. We're going to go back to her race at Kentucky Downs, and we always talk about these horses that can run well at Kentucky Downs. It takes a special type of horse to run well over this turf course, and that's the only course that they have out there. Just undulations. It's different than really anything that these horses can encounter or will encounter. So puts together a strong effort here, finishing second in this $500,000 race. It's been a while since she's won, but dropping into this starter allowance race, I think, is a big plus for her. So I will key her on top in an exacta over the 1, 2, 5, and 8. It's just a $4 ticket. I think we'll get a price on Viburnum, and if we're right, it should pay well. So just a $4 investment in race number 5.
That's a nice horse coming out of Graded Stakes Company last time out. She finds herself in a very good spot, eligible for the starter 50 later today. I'm going to stick with the same race, but go in a different way. Race 5, the number 10, Runaway Rocket for trainer Bill Mott. They dropped this filly in class last time out. That's how she became eligible for this starter 50. We'll show you her last race, and this was at Gulfstream Park off of several months on the bench. Her last race was in December. She came back in the beginning of March, and I just thought that this was overall a very good performance, primarily because there was a slow pace. And when you get a horse like this who is a deep closer, it's, number one, hard to work out a trip, but also, 2, you're dependent on the pace scenario to unfold to your liking. So she had to go a little bit wider than the 7 and ultimately was drifted out towards the middle of the racetrack, and I thought that probably cost her the race. Bill Mott decides to protect her today after putting her in for that $35,000 tag last time out, and I think she's got the numbers to be competitive in this field. I wouldn't be surprised if Viburnum, if the morning line comes down, or by the time it's post time,
right,
that line comes down and you get 8-1 on my horse, because this is a tough test for the 10. With Viburnum, recently faced Graded Stakes Company, so the class is there.
It's a wonderful starter allowance condition and a full field to take advantage of in race number 5. So those are our best angles. Time now to check in with Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
For our long shot play, we're going to go to race 6 and go to the inside horse, Barstow. Barstow was a very impressive winner on this track last fall. Shows a sharp local work, and Geraldo Corrales in the saddle, and he's quietly put together a really nice meet. So I think Barstow's got a shot to get the money from the rail at a nice price.
I made up some ground on you. The side bet, Regal Glory, not only did she win, she went off as the post-time favorite.
That was crazy.
The Jenny Wiley.
It was the last couple of seconds.
Yeah, as they were crossing over the turf course, there was a lot of money put in on on Regal Glory. We have to stick with the Wednesday challenge, right? Let's do that again.
I was thinking either the Wednesday challenge or a heads up with our late pick 4 tickets. I mean, I'm kind of at a disadvantage because my ticket's $27 here at
Yeah,
72.
let's do Wednesday challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So races 3 through 8.
Our top selection.
Our top selection.
Are we doing 3 through 8 or the entire card? Let's
3
go the
through
entire.
8. Let's play like the legitimate
Okay, that's
Wednesday
fair.
challenge, unless
Okay.
you have like a real strong opinion on the first 2 races.
Nope, 3 through 8 works for me. So we've got the Wednesday challenge to look forward to. Make sure you get involved in that. $10 entry fee over at Wagering Central, and you put in a $2 mythical win place wager for races 3 through 8 to get involved in that. That is presented by Malone's.
Should we do our top pick, or should we do like the paddock play again? I'm just asking because we agree in the 3rd and the 6th race.
Well, that's okay.
Okay.
That's fine. We're going to go with the top pick.
Okay, top pick. Make it easy.
You're
I'm all about.
You're an advantage. You're better at that than I am. The paddock picks. You've displayed that. You are. You're much better.
Here.
Well, you're in front by 1 in the side-by-side bet. And again, let's remind the folks out home, hit us up on social media at Team Gabby, at Team Scott, who you're siding with. We'll randomly pick a winner based on who wins at the end of the meet. So if Gabby wins, we're going to randomly pick
You have to use that hashtag, though, so we know how to find you.
You're going to get these corksicle, these awesome. I was using my corksicle this morning that I got out of the Keeneland gift shop last year. Keep stuff cold, keep stuff hot.
And
the go-to.
You like to frequent the Keeneland gift shop.
I've been known to go in there a few times. I got myself this nice little tie clip here.
You got the tie clip. You got my mom a mug.
That's
and
right.
She actually
Mama
sent
G.
me a picture this morning of her using the mug, and she said the coffee just tastes better.
It does. Everything just tastes better, feels better. You feel sharper with everything over at the Keeneland gift shop. So make sure you go check it out. Wednesdays, you can be busy over there on the weekend. So if you're out here on Wednesday, you can head in there and tell them Gabby sent you. You got any clothing selections over there yet? Have you worked that out? Like, this is what Gabby likes.
Really
this is what Gabby.
There. I went in there opening day to try to find a hat and gloves, but that was it. I mean, and it was packed.
But you had a pretty stylish hat the next day. Who hooked you up with that hat?
Our very own Shannon Arvin.
She dialed you
With
in.
the poof.
That thing was nice.
Perfect.
It's top notch for sure. All right, Wednesday challenge. We look forward to this 8-race card. Looking forward to the baby race, the featured event. Take advantage of the selections on the Keeneland Race Day app. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy today at Keeneland. With all eyes on the Bluegrass this spring, there's no better way to take in the action than Friday, April 29th at Keeneland.
And they're off. We get into it with hip number 1. Good luck.
Featuring a day filled with world-class racing, followed by a unique sales experience in the evening. The April Horses of Racing Age sale. After the races on closing day of the spring meet. Follow the action this April to Keeneland.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale May 9th.
Legendary power, legendary capability. The all-new 2022 Toyota Tundra. Designed, engineered, and built in the USA. With your choice of a 389 horsepower I-Force engine or a revolutionary new 437 horsepower hybrid. Nothing can stop you. Tundra can tow up to 12,000 pounds with the most tech-savvy interior ever. And the experts have taken notice. The all-new Tundra. The legend continues. Toyota. Let's go places.
Here to sing the national anthem is Pure International preteen Megan Arthur. Pure International Pageants is a faith-inspired, family-focused pageant system that encourages everyone to have an impact in their community. Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Yeah.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor Clubhouse Paddock Dining Room and Clubhouse Tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Takes second, but 2 lengths off the early leader. Yes to Mischief gets over next to the rail, clear with the lead by a length and a half. Believing moves up into the second position, 3/4 of a length to HT Xena, who is now in third. Classy Chrome is fourth. Moonshine Dreamer is fifth, and a gap of 6 more lengths. Lizzie D is last for the move up the backstretch. Yes to Mischief is the leader. Yes to Mischief leads it by just a length. Believing goes second, 22.61 seconds for the opening quarter. HT Xena third down to the inside. Then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Classy Chrome, who's in fourth. Moonshine Dreamer fifth, and a gap of 8 more lengths to Lizzie D, who is last around the far turn. Yes to Mischief, a 1-length lead coming to the top of the stretch. Believing toward the outside is there in second. Gap of 4 lengths. HT Xena, he is in third, and the gap of 7 more back to Classy Chrome. Yes to Mischief, the leader off the far turn, leads it by 2. And now Believing takes aim, and also HT Zena. HT Zena is going to go to the rail and move up the inside from 3rd to 2nd to the lead inside the 8th pole. HT Zena, 3 lengths to the good now at the 16th pole, drawing clear of Yes to Mischief, then Believing. Classy Chrome is 4th. HT Zena, Adam Beskitza. The rail move was the one that worked. HT Zena draws clear to win it. Further back, it was Yes to Mischief hanging on 2nd over Believing in 3rd and Classy Chrome 4th. For Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 1, HT Zena, owned by TSF Thoroughbred Racing LLC of Terrell Fry, trained by Eddie Keneally, Adam Beskitza. They are at the post. And they're off. Problems at the start for Spun's Son, who has unseated the rider. Number 5, Spun's Son, unseated the rider coming out of the starting gate. There goes Camp Daddy out for the early lead. Mahoney Road comes away running in 2nd. Double Clutch is away racing in the 3rd position. Mizzen Man 4th between horses. Chasing the Crown is 3 wide in 5th around the first turn. Truly Mischief is in 6th. Gross Capital is to the outside, and Growth Capital laying off the rail in 7th. He Reigns is in 8th. Urban Forest is in 9th. Airspeed Velocity 10th. Luckman is last of the 11 now, 23.48 seconds for the opening quarter. Camp Daddy the leader. Camp Daddy the leader, 3/4 of a length. Mahoney Road is 2nd on the outside, 1.5 lengths. Double Clutch goes 3rd by a neck. Mizzen Man is 4th up on the outside. Chasing the Crown stays toward the center of the course in 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more lengths. Growth Capital 6th up on the outside, and is followed by Truly Mischief in 7th back toward the rail. It was 47.59 seconds the time for the first half mile. Camp Daddy the leader. Camp Daddy by a half length. Mahoney Road draws alongside now and challenges for the lead. Chasing the Crown swings up 3 wide from 3rd. Double Clutch is in behind horses in 4th. Growth Capital 5th is still 6th from the front. Camp Daddy, Double Clutch needs room. Truly Mischief dives toward the inside. Double Clutch, Mahoney Road. Truly Mischief is in tight toward the rail. Growth Capital's going to run late. Double Clutch is the leader though. Growth Capital running out of time. Double Clutch leads it by 2 lengths to Growth Capital. Chasing the Crown in 3rd. Double Clutch to win it for Corey Lannery. Growth Capital was home in 2nd. Chasing the Crown was 3rd. And then Urban Forest rallied up to grab 4th. Catch the Moon, the unofficial winner, number 2, Double Clutch, owned and bred in Kentucky by the Calumet farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Rusty Arnold. Corey Lannery is the jockey. Double Clutch, a 3-year-old son of They are at the post. And they're off. Dance Rhythms was off a step slowly. There goes Short Summer Dress out for the lead. Vintage Ready has early speed. Bold Figure to the inside. Recoded comes away running in the 4th position. Here's Vintage Ready now moving up to put ahead in front. Short Summer Dress 2nd up on the outside. Bold Figure close 3rd to the inside. Recoded 4th. Habanero is in 5th. Remain Anonymous 6th toward the outside. 6 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more. Then back to Yogurt next to last. And Dance Rhythms trails 22.28 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Vintage Ready against the rail is the leader. Vintage Ready leads it by just a half length. Short Summer Dress 2nd by a length and a half. Recoded is 3rd. Remain Anonymous going to have to go 4 wide to the top of the stretch from 4th. Habanero is in 5th, 5 lengths from that front foursome. And here's Remain Anonymous, who keeps moving up on the outside to challenge Short Summer Dress for the lead. And Recoded is 3rd between that pair. Vintage Ready drops back. Past the 8th pole, Short Summer Dress, short lead. And Remain Anonymous is right there in 2nd, followed by Recoded in 3rd, a 16th to go. Short Summer Dress chased all the way by Remain Anonymous and Recoded. Short Summer Dress to win it 3/4 of a length from Remain Anonymous and Recoded. Further back, Habanero crossed the line in 4th. Short Summer Dress, owned by Will Carey and Eddie Keneally. Eddie Keneally, the trainer, and Luis Saez, the jockey. Short Summer Dress, a 5. They are at the post. And they're off. The judge and jury comes right out for the lead. True Jedi comes away second. Under Oath is away in the third position. Dini DeMore moves up now down toward the inside, but the judge and jury leads it by 2 lengths. Dini DeMore challenging for second. True Jedi regains second up on the far outside. Improbable Journey moves up in third. Dini DeMore is now in fourth. You Make Me Happy moves up 1 spot from fifth. Under Oath, sixth on the outside. 6 lengths off the lead onto the far turn. Ricky 07th. Artorias is in the 8th position. Strings is 9th around the turn, followed by Vintage Vinyl, Kansas Comet at the back. It was 22.13 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. The judge and jury leading True Jedi only by a neck off the far turn. You Make Me Happy moves up on the far outside and third. Improbable Journey looks for room fourth toward the inside. Under Oath is fifth down the center of the track, still 3 lengths from the front. True Jedi, the judge and jury go at it. Under Oath runs on the far outside. You Make Me Happy is there fighting on. Improbable Journey is looking for room fifth. Meanwhile, Under Oath is running by from the outside. Artorias is running late and running fast, but here comes the wire. Under Oath wins it. Artorias with a big late run was home second. Multiple horse photo to separate third and fourth. The unofficial winner of Keeneland's fourth race, the cavorting, number 8, Under Oath, owned by the Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey Flavian Pratt. Under Oath, 3-year-old son of Speightstown out of JoJo Warrior by Pioneer of the Nile, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm LLC. 6 furlongs. At the post. And they're off. There goes Freedom's Way from the inside, along with Underdressed. Here's Lesson Learned moving up. Churchtown out in the center of the course. Lesson Learned moves up and has the lead now. Churchtown goes second on the outside of Freedom's Way. Underdressed is fourth. Here's a move from Watch the Music, who moves up from the center of the pack, goes wide to the first turn, picks up a couple of spots, goes to third, challenges for second, now draws closer to the leader. But Lesson Learned is the leader against the rail and saves the ground, leading it by just a length. Watch the Music is second by a half length. Churchtown to the inside is in third. Underdressed is fourth. Freedom's Way is fifth. Credit Event is sixth to the inside. Play Action Pass is seventh up on the outside. Brit Swit further back is in eighth position. And then Setna the Wise, who travels between horses in ninth, nearly 9 lengths from the lead. Skylander 10th up on the outside. Merci is 11th. Limited Liability last of the 12. 23.72 at the quarter, 48.82 for the opening half mile. Lesson Learned and Watch the Music, 1-2, separated by a half length. Underdressed toward the outside is third. Churchtown back to the inside fourth. Freedom's Way tries to pick up the leaders, has to go wide in fifth, 3 lengths from the front. Then Play Action Pass. Credit Event is down toward the inside, still 5 lengths from the front, followed by Skylander. Merci is going to go wide, 8 lengths from the lead. They turn for home. Watch the Music, Lesson Learned, Underdressed to join them, and Freedom's Way up on the outside. Credit Event is still down toward the inside. Play Action Pass looks for some running room as well. It's wide open. Freedom's Way trying to catch Underdressed, and Play Action Pass now Limited Liability. Limited Liability coming with huge strides on the outside. Limited Liability just in front of Freedom's Way. Limited Liability wins it. Freedom's Way home second. Then Play Action Pass, followed by Merci, and that, the official winner of Keeneland's fifth race. The Dreaming of Julia, number 6, Limited Liability, owned and bred in Kentucky by Stuart. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Soros. Soros out for the lead, but here comes Martini Blue and also Wayakin. Martini Blue moves up the outside. Meister kicks in down toward the inside. As they scramble down to the first turn, the lead battle continues. Martini Blue starts to clear the inside traffic now, gets over next to the rail. By the time they get onto the first turn, will save some ground now with the lead against the rail by a length. So, Martini Blue in front by a length, and Meister second by a half length. Wayakin third up on the outside. Soros backs away against the rail into fourth. Rational Choice fifth. Mr. Tip sixth. Break of 5 more lengths back. Southern Passage last of the 7. Opening quarter in 23.57 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Martini Blue is the leader by 3/4 of a length. Meister is second by a length and a half at the midpoint of the backstretch. Wayakin is in third by 3. Soros is fourth by 5. Back to Rational Choice, Mr. Tip. Gap of 3 more lengths, Southern Passage at the back. 47.1 seconds the time for the first half mile. Martini Blue, the leader. Martini Blue by 3/4 of a length. Meister's second, a length and a half. Wayakin third by 3.5 lengths. Back to Soros. Rational Choice is in fifth. They are midway on the far turn. Rational Choice is now fourth, still 7 lengths off the lead. Mr. Tip tries to get going behind him, but the leader is at the quarter pole, and it is Martini Blue leading Meister. Rational Choice going to swing out to the center of the track. Wayakin needs to find more and find it fast because they're moving into the short stretch. Mr. Tip is fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. Southern Passage is in sixth. Here's Rational Choice, just keeps moving. Rational Choice, sustained run to the lead. Southern Passage is running behind that one. Mr. Tip is third. 16th to go. Rational Choice, Flavian Pratt by 3 lengths. Rational Choice to win it. Southern Passage across the line second, then Mr. Tip and Meister. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Supreme, the unofficial winner, number 2, Rational Choice, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt, the winning jockey for the second time today. Rational Choice, a 4-year-old son of Candy Ride out of Wilson's Creek by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky. They are at the post. And they're off. Eben broke alertly. Spiteful Sam has early speed. The Ride of a Lifetime. Here's Injunction moving up as well. Injunction moves up and now puts ahead in front. Next is going to move up also. The Ride of a Lifetime is right there to the inside there and has the lead briefly by a neck. Next is right alongside. Injunction backs away, but is a close third. Spiteful Sam is in fourth far outside. Candy Tycoon moves through a crowd. Fifth into fourth. Flamingo Hawk is sixth down toward the inside. Hear My Song Between Horses is in seventh. Runway Magic is a wide eighth. Eben broke well, but is now ninth in between horses. Basquiat is in 10th, and 2nd of July is last of the 11. 22.43 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Next puts ahead in front around the far turn. The Ride of a Lifetime is there to the inside. Spiteful Sam moves up. Injunction is right there as well. Now Injunction moves through a 4-way shuffle and has the lead by a neck to the top of the stretch. Candy Tycoon is third right behind Spiteful Sam. Hear My Song has to go wide off the far turn, and then Eben. They turn for home. Spiteful Sam, narrow lead from Injunction. Candy Tycoon is there. Eben looks for running room. Hear My Song to the outside. Eben's going to dive to the rail. Hear My Song's going to come from the outside past the 8th pole. Injunction still there fighting on. Eben to the inside of Injunction. Hear My Song on the far outside. Eben pokes ahead in front past the 16th pole. Hear My Song runs on. Injunction is there in between that pair. Eben, Hear My Song. Head bobbing photo for the win. Either Eben or Hear My Song for the top spot. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hot Dixie Chick goes to number 10, Eben, owned by Praveen Patel, trained by Juan Cano. Adam Beschitza with his second win on the day. The results are now official. Eben, a 7-year-old gelded son of Trap Shot out of Please Be Discreet by Discreet Cat, bred in Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is listed fast and the turf is listed firm. And the rail is set at 15 feet on that firm turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5. In the opener, there's an overweight, the 7 Fightville, the jockey 3 pounds over. That's number 7 Fightville, the jockey 3 pounds over. Race 2 is the start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 1, Joyful Candy. Again, scratch number 1, Joyful Candy. Overweight, number 8, Prince of Glory, 3 pounds over. That's number 8, Prince of Glory, the jockey 3 pounds over. Third race is where the pick 6 begins. No changes in that third event. The fourth race, start of the late pick 5. Scratch both number 1, Bourbon Therapy, and the 1A, Hill of Tara. Also scratch both number 2, Put the Past Behind, and the 2B, Don't Invade My Space. Also scratch number 5, Spurs Up, and scratch number 13, Taster for the King. Again, that's in the fourth race. Scratch both the 1, Bourbon Therapy, and the 1A, Hill of Tara. Scratch both the 2, Put the Past Behind, and the 2B, Don't Invade My Space. Also scratch number 5, Spurs Up, and scratch number 13, Taster for the King. Race number 5 is the start of the late pick 4. In that fifth race, scratch number 4, Fracking Nasty. Also scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Scratch the 12, Now Yous Can't Leave. And scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. That's in the fifth race. Scratch the 4, Fracking Nasty. Scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Scratch number 12, Now Yous Can't Leave. And also scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. Please note, number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race the jockey, Raylu Gutierrez. That's number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race the jockey, Raylu Gutierrez. Sixth race. Contrary to the program, number 8, Kobe B, is a gelding. That's in the sixth race. Contrary to the program, number 8, Kobe B, is a gelding. The featured seventh race. Scratch number 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch number 5, Dynamite. Scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Also scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost. And scratch the 15, Spanish Kingdom. Again, that's in the featured seventh. Scratch number 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch number 5, Dynamite. Also scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost, and scratch the 15, Spanish Kingdom. Please note, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Adam Beschizza. That's number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Adam Beschizza. The eighth and final race includes a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $38,853. In that eighth race, jockey change on the 6, Kennedy's Bow, make the jockey Javier Padron Barcenas. That's in the eighth race, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, make the jockey Javier Padron Barcenas. Also, please note, contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding. Again, contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding. And those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Very happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here on a perfect afternoon during this spring meeting here at Keeneland Racecourse, and for those of you joining us at home, we've got 8 races ahead of us. We've got a very nice featured race, which we'll get to, and also a 2-year-old race that has some serious pedigrees in it, race number 4.
One of them, out of a mare that is a full sister to Lady Shipman, the mom to Golden Pal, and of course that one comes out of the Wesley Ward barn. So definitely want to pay attention to the 4th race. But as Scott alluded to, race 7 is our featured event. We have a couple of really nice turf races today, and finally today we get a firm turf course.
Yeah, fast and firm, no rain in these last 3 days, really significant rain like we had seen over the course of the first 2 weeks of racing. Here's the featured event. You can see the scratches that Kurt announced. Camp Hope, the morning line favorite at 3-1, looking to remain perfect here at Keeneland Racecourse. He won twice last fall, including a stakes victory at the end of the meet.
There are so many ways to go. A lot of horses in here that have been facing stakes competition. They find themselves in this tough allowance race. Do take note that Argentello jaws in off the AE as a number 13. I went in the direction of Gray's Creek, the number 7 horse. Scott, I know you like the 10 Beacon Hill, but overall a very strong field.
That's our featured event, part of the late pick 4, late pick 5. A wonderful sequence here this afternoon. Also, don't let this get past you. In the 8th and final today, the $1 Toyota Super High 5 carryover is nearly $39,000. So take a swing in the Toyota Super High 5 that is in race number 8. We're less than 19 minutes away from kicking off this Wednesday card. We start the afternoon with the opening event, a $20,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 lifetime. That's a restriction, and they'll be competing for a $38,000 purse. This race does start the first pick 5 opportunity of the day. The number 5 horse, my top play, is the current favorite. That's American Smooth for Eddie Keneally. Eddie having a nice week last week here at Keeneland Racecourse, a colt that adds blinkers and more than anything takes a significant drop down in class out of Starter Allowance Company. Looks to be a pretty straightforward runner that when he's at his best can track off the pace. Maybe he'll show a little bit more speed and looks nice down there in the paddock, a 4-year-old son of Malibu Moon.
Yeah, he faced Maiden Claiming Company 2 starts back, and that race came up a little bit on the easy side just because it was originally scheduled for the turf. It was an off of the turf event. And then that Starter 50 in his 3rd career start just came up too tough. So it was kind of polar opposites there between his maiden score and the first and facing winners for the first time. But Scott, I think he finds himself in a very competitive spot today, and I think with the blinkers on, coupled with the presence of Luis Saez, he won't be too far off of it in this 7-horse field.
And that number 5 horse, American Smooth, who's now in the saddling stall, will be offered at the upcoming Keeneland April sale. He's been cataloged as hip number 25. We're looking at Savoy, the number 6 horse. Your top play, my second selection. He too takes a drop down in class, and with his form, it may not be all that appealing, but I think he catches the right group to be competitive here today.
I do too, and they've tried different things with this horse. They tried him on the turf last time out. He had to deal with the slop 2 starts back as well, but at the end of the day, they claimed him for $75,000, and he just hasn't panned out. This is the right thing to do with him off the layoff. Put him in for $20,000. My concern is that he's going to run out of time. I think at this distance, he looks to close from off the pace, especially with the presence of Corey, but the class is there, and I just wanted an alternative to the 9-5 favorite.
I'll open it up to a big price 3rd selection. That's Midnight JJ. Comes out of allowance competition up at Mahoning Valley. I think that form will transfer down here in and amongst these types of runners. A horse that can show a bit of speed. So we'll see if he's able to spring a mild upset here, or what would be a pretty significant upset, I guess, at the end of the day at 16-1 if he's able to win. But finishing in the top 3, I think he's got a chance to do that here today.
Well, that's how you try to make money in the top 3. But I go to the 2 Picasso as my 3rd selection. the painter Picasso for trainer Mike Maker.
Is that who it's named after?
Yeah, I
Is that
think
what
so.
Picasso
I
did?
think
Okay.
that's who Picasso is. Just kidding. This horse, honestly, I think he's going to be forwardly placed, which makes him ultra dangerous. The only other pace in here that he has to contend with, I believe, is the 7 Biteville, who is another long shot that you might want to consider throwing into the mix. Maybe the best way to play this race here, Scott, in order to make money is you key the 5 on top in an exacta and try to get a price underneath, or maybe would you single this horse in the early pick 5? Do you like him that much?
I don't know that I'd go that far. I think that you want to have these favorites. I mean, I think it's most likely going to be one of these 2-to-1 shots. So, but if you've got that strong of an opinion and you don't want to put together that big of a ticket, I guess it's an option as well.
And you have to spread. You have to have coverage in the 4th race, the
No
baby race.
No question about
that.
that.
So it's a tough early pick 5 sequence.
All right, less than 14 minutes away from post time, just waiting for the Riders Up call for the first of 8 here at Keeneland.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's first race. Double and pick 3 wagering is start of the early pick 5. The main track is fast. This race at 1 1/16 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 15 feet on the turf course today, so keep that in mind as we move through the program this afternoon. Race 1, a $20,000 claiming price for 3-year-olds and up. No scratches, no jockey changes in the first, just an overweight. The 7, Fightville, the jockey, 3 pounds over. 6 minutes to post.
We are bringing you frontside for the first race, less than 6 minutes to post. Like the look of the full horse, that is Midnight JJ. This is the winner 4 starts back, rather, breaking his maiden for 15 at Turfway Park, and then put together a strong effort up at Mahoning Valley. I would consider him in this spot. As I've mentioned, he's a longer shot on the board, 14-1 right now for the son of Midnight Storm. The number 5 horse, American Smooth, he looked the best to me. He is a good-looking colt by Malibu Moon. You can see why they paid nearly $300,000 for him. If he runs to his looks, he should be tough. He's 8-5 right now on the board. And a reminder that he will be offered at the April sale, which takes place on closing day after the races here at Keeneland. Horses of Racing Age sale. There have been 19 more horses supplemented to that sale, so make sure you check out those supplements that were just announced earlier today. And then finally, the number 7 horse, Fightville. Another big price, 14-1 right now on the board. He broke his maiden for 30, then jumped into a deeper bunch last time out on the 23rd of March. So getting some class relief here today, and has the young rider Renee Diaz in the saddle. Watch out for Fightville if he's able to show some speed and get position going into that first turn. That will be key for this colt. Race number 1, less than 5 minutes to post. The early pick 5 pool is growing, quickly approaching $200,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Midnight JJ out for the early lead. American Smooth comes away up close in the opening strides, and Picasso is there down toward the inside. Midnight JJ, though, has the early lead and gets over next to the rail into the first turn. American Smooth goes second, 1 length off the lead toward the outside. Picasso saves ground around the turn. Savoy between horses. Fightville swings up 3 wide into fourth on the far outside within 2 lengths of the lead. And then further back, El Pekin is next to last against the rail, and Perfect Painting is the trailer, opening quarter 24.09 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Midnight JJ, the leader, only by 3/4 of a length. American Smooth, the second, a half length. Fightville, center of the track, is in third, less than 1 length separating the top 3. And now American Smooth starts to draw alongside of the leader at the midpoint of the backstretch, who is still Midnight JJ by just a neck. And then Picasso is tucked away closely in fourth, 1.5 lengths off the lead, back to the rail. Gap of 3 more lengths back of that one. El Pekin, Savoy, Perfect Painting at the back, 48.77 seconds for the opening half mile. Midnight JJ leading American Smooth, and Fightville, who's going to be wide again onto the far turn, in that third spot, now nearly 2 lengths off the lead, followed by Picasso, who's still toward the rail, still fourth, 3 from the front, and the leader, Midnight JJ, is at the quarter pole. Now Picasso has some running room and tries to take advantage of it. Moves up from fourth to third to second, swings to the outside, top of the short stretch. Here comes Picasso chasing after Midnight JJ. Savoy is third toward the rail, but 7 lengths away. Moving past the 8th pole now. Picasso pokes ahead in front. Midnight JJ is still there, though, and is fighting on toward the inside. Picasso and Midnight JJ and Picasso. These two coming down to the line with heads bobbing on the wire. Picasso gets there by a head over long shot Midnight JJ in second. Further back, Savoy was third, and then American Smooth.
The gray 6-year-old Picasso coming from off the pace and reeling in a very game Midnight JJ, who ran a valiant race at odds of 22-1. At this point in time, most horses would be backing up on the inside, but Midnight JJ dug in but could not get back out in front of Picasso once he got his nose in front. 2-1, the off odds here in race number 1. Picasso, an IRAD strike for Mike Maker and Peter Blum in the Wednesday opener.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 2, Picasso, finished first. Number 4, Midnight JJ, was second. Number 6, Savoy, was third. Number 5, American Smooth, was fourth. 2465 unofficial. Your attention, please. At Keeneland, the objection sign has been posted on the infield board. A claim of foul has been lodged by the jockey of number 4, Midnight JJ, against the unofficial winner, number 2, Picasso, alleging interference in the stretch. Objection is pending, which concerns the top 2 in the unofficial result. Again, the jockey of the 4, Midnight JJ, has lodged a claim of foul against unofficial winner number 2, Picasso, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. On the television monitors and video boards, the split screens showing the program feed to the left and the steward's view on the right. Again, hold all tickets. no change. The result will stand as is, 2-4-6-5. No change. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 2-4-6-5. The official results. In the winner's circle for the first, number 2, Picasso. Owned by Peter Blum and trained by Mike Maker, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Picasso, 6-year-old son of Tappet, out of Inspired by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 45.83 seconds. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Also the start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 15 feet on the turf course today. In the second race, scratch the 1, Joyful Candy. Again, scratch the 1, Joyful Candy. Overweight, number 8, Prince of Glory, the jockey 3 pounds over. That's number 8, Prince of Glory, the jockey 3 pounds over. Third race has no changes at this time. In the fourth race, scratch both the 1, Bourbon Therapy, and the 1A, Hill of Tara. Scratch both the 2, Put the Past Behind, and the 2B, Don't Invade My Space. Also scratch the 5, Spurs Up, and scratch the 13, Taster for the King. That's in the fourth race. Scratch both the 1 and the 1A, Bourbon Therapy, and Hill of Tara. Scratch both the 2 and the 2B, Put the Past Behind, and Don't Invade My Space. Also scratch the 5, Spurs Up, and scratch number 13, Taster for the King. In the fifth race, scratch the 4, Fracking Nasty. Scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Scratch the 12, Now Use Can't Leave. And scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. That's the fifth race. Scratch the 4, Fracking Nasty. Also scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Scratch the 12, Now Use Can't Leave. And scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. Please note, number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race. The jockey, Raylu Gutierrez. Again, number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race. The jockey will be Raylu Gutierrez.
Race number 2, less than 15 minutes to post. We're looking at the first-time starter, who is the favorite at 8-5 currently. Go Virtual, a homebred for the Jacksons Lale Stables, a son of Dial Dan. Wesley Ward, first-time starters, win at a 30% clip. Gabby, when he debuts horses in a maiden claiming, that's even higher, 35% win percentage. You pointed this out in recent meets. When Wesley horses get bet in these claiming races, they typically win, and this colt is taking, or gelding rather, is taking a majority of the action right now.
Like Scott, during this meet, it's really hard. You don't want to pick Wesley Ward in every single race because he can't possibly win every single race. He does win a lot of them, but you know, in these maiden claiming races, sometimes they're really hard to avoid. Sometimes in the 2-year-old races, his runners are hard to avoid. He always spots them very well, and I think it's encouraging that Joel Rosario is aboard this horse here today. I did take a slight approach against him, but you obviously have to respect him for obvious reasons.
And that approach that you're taking against the favorite is with an 11-1 shot currently. Prince of Glory for Samantha Siegel's JMS stable. Cairo Prince colt, who adds blinkers, gets Lasix, and gets the bug rider Renee Diaz, so gets 7-pound weight break. So a lot of changes being thrown in the direction of this colt.
So many changes, and at least he does have one race underneath him. The blinkers going on, as you mentioned, the weight break, 7-pound apprentice, and he does come out of a race against Florida Gator, who would go on to win in his subsequent start. And it is a pretty big drop in class from 50 to the $20,000 level today. I honestly think, Scott, today he's going to show speed and try to take them gate to wire. I hope that is really the only way I think he could win.
I've thrown the 7 in the top selections here, just based on surface switch. This is a Jimmy Corrigan-trained gelding, son of Liam's Map. Liam's Map, his biggest success came right here on this dirt course in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. First time that this gelding will get an opportunity to race on the dirt. Has done nothing but race on synthetic up at Turfway.
When you look at his past performances, I do think that he is a better horse sprinting. They tried to stretch him out 2 starts back, but he had a good showing, finishing second against similar company last time out off the freshening. So, yes, I agree with you. I think dirt will be fine considering his pedigree, but more importantly, back to sprinting.
And then Southern Sense, the 9, will round out the conversation paddock side, 5-1, taking the biggest drop in class in racing for Maiden Special Weight Company in for the maiden tag today.
He is going to have to hope for a very fast pace in front of him, as he has absolutely no speed whatsoever. I almost would like him a little bit at 6.5 furlongs or 7 furlongs, but this is, I would imagine, the hand that Dale Romans was dealt. They just want to get this horse against easier company, and he finds himself in a good spot today.
Race number 2 starts the early pick 4 50-cent minimum wager, less than 12 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, double and pick 3 wagering at start of the early pick 4. 6 furlongs over the fast main track for these maidens with a $20,000 claiming price. Age 3 and up, scratch the 1, Joyful Candy. Number 1, Joyful Candy, scratched. Overweight, the 8, Prince of Glory, the jockey 3 pounds over. That's number 8, Prince of Glory, the jockey 3 pounds over. Main track is fast, turf firm. Start of the early pick 4, post time in 5 minutes.
We come front side and push the past performances aside and just looked at these horses out as they got set for their post parade and obviously in the middle of the warm up. And the 4-horse Bayou Shack, he's trying dirt for the first time. I thought he showed a good presence in the post parade. He's a big price, 25-1 right now.
Big price, big horse. You can see him compared to the pony that's standing by him. He's a very long, leggy individual, but looks speedy, I would say. And his last race, he did show that gate speed out of the gate, so maybe expect the same today.
The 5, Mighty Matt. Here's another first-time starter in here. This for Holly and David Wilson, connections that win a lot of races on the West Coast and Southern California. And same can be said for this Colts trainer, Vladimir Serin. Only 5% with first-time starters, but when he debuts him in for a tag, 17%. That win percentage moves way up. And the fact they get Irad in the saddle, Irad Ortiz Jr., he's taken some play at 9-2.
He looks bright, happy on the track. I wonder how much speed he's going to show out of the gate. Just paying attention to him a little bit more on trackside, just making sure that he is acting professional. That's one thing that you definitely want to see with a first-time starter. So we'll see what he can do. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard at 9-2.
And then finally the 10-horse, another first-time starter, Alfio for Jeff Thornberry. Thought he looked nice. Not a bad-looking colt by Mucho Macho Man, and has plenty of workouts dating back to what is on the page, at least, back to December. So wouldn't be shocked to see this one outrun his odds of 14-1.
There are a lot of horses in here that are built like sprinters. This horse is still built like a sprinter, but he's very strong. You can see he's fit coming into today, and his ears are forward. He's acting very nicely this afternoon, especially for a first-time starter debuting at this level. You want to look for that professionalism, and I see that with him.
Less than 2 minutes to post. The favorite's still the number 3 horse, Go Virtual, for the meet's current leading trainer, Wesley Ward. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Mighty Matt broke last. There goes Stubborn Kind of Fella out for the lead. Stubborn Kind of Fella, quick out of the gate, quickly opens up by 2 lengths from the outside starting spot. Oxwood comes away running in second to the inside. Prince of Glory, third between horses. Southern Sense, fourth up on the outside. And then Bayou Shack is fifth back toward the rail. Drummond Base, sixth on the outside of that one as they enter the far turn. Go Virtual is seventh and running 7 lengths off the lead. Mr. Ghost is in eighth. Alfio is in ninth. And Mighty Matt last of the 10 around the far turn, 23.17 seconds for the opening quarter. Stubborn Kind of Fella against the rail, leading Oxwood by 3/4 of a length. Southern Sense 2 lengths off the lead in third, caught toward the outside to the top of the stretch. Bayou Shack is next. Now Go Virtual is angling toward the center of the track, still 7 lengths to make up on the leader who's in the stretch. Stubborn Kind of Fella has the lead, but here comes Oxwood again from the outside. Southern Sense is in third. Go Virtual still back there in fourth, still 6 lengths away. Oxwood has taken the lead past the 8th pole. Southern Sense is running, and Go Virtual is third on the outside. Oxwood is the leader, though, by 2 lengths, a deep stretch. Go Virtual goes to second. Oxwood is in front. Oxwood wins it at 34-1 for Carlos Villasada.
The son of Oxbow, Oxwood, shocking him in race number 2 here for owner-trainer Judy Woodbury, was third at Turfway Park last time out. Had not shown this kind of gate speed, Gabby. That was key, getting that early position and gets the jump on the favorite who came running, but too late.
This horse had the most previous starts in the race with 15, so he finally gets the job done in his 16th career start, and as Scott mentioned, showed that gate speed, and it was all done from there. The favorite gets second. It's going to be 6-3-5 across the board unofficially for race 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: number 6, Oxwood, finished first. Number 3, Go Virtual, was second. Number 5, Mighty Matt, was third. Number 9, Southern Sense, was fourth. 6-3-5-9 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Oxwood. Judy Woodbury, the owner and trainer. Carlos Villasana, the jockey. Oxwood, a 4-year-old gelded son of Oxbow, out of Return to Grace by English Channel, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. 1 minute 13.52 seconds, the time for the 6 furlongs. Results still unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 6-3-5-9, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and it's the start of the pick 6. The main track is fast. The turf is firm, the rail at 15 feet on the turf course today. No changes in this third race. Looking ahead to the fourth race, a reminder, scratch both the 1 and the 1A, Bourbon Therapy and Hill of Tara. Scratch both the 2 and the 2B, put the pass behind and don't invade my space. Also scratch the 5, Spurs Up, and scratch number 13, Taster for the King. That's in the fourth race. Scratch both the 1 and the 1A, Bourbon Therapy and Hill of Tara. Scratch both the 2 and the 2B, put the pass behind and don't invade my space. Also scratch the 5, Spurs Up, and scratch 13, Taster for the King. Fifth race, scratch number 4, Fracking Nasty. Scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Also scratch the 12, Now Use Can't Leave, and scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. That's the fifth race. Scratch the 4, Fracking Nasty. Also scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Scratch the 12, Now Use Can't Leave, and scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. A reminder, number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Raylu Gutierrez. That's number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race. The jockey will be Raylu Gutierrez. Sixth race. Number 8, Kobe B, contrary to the program, is a gelding. That's in the sixth race. Number 8, Kobe B, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Featured seventh race. Scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost. And scratch 15, Spanish Kingdom. That's in the featured seventh race. Scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost. And scratch the 15, Spanish Kingdom. A reminder, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, and the jockey will be Adam Beschizza. Again, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race. The jockey will be Adam Beschizza. Eighth and final race. The jockey for the 6, Kennedy's Bow, is Javier Padron Barcenas. That's the eighth and final race. The jockey for number 6, Kennedy's Bow, will be Javier Padron Barcenas. Also in that eighth race, contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding. Number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 19 minutes to post on this 8-race card, which means this begins the pick six today. The $1 pick six begins here in race number 3. $50,000 claimers, 7 furlongs, and there's some quality to this group, and the full horse is part of that. He's in charge. The favorite right now for Alsol Jr., a colt by Candy Ride who comes out of tougher races, gets some class relief here today, and I think if he runs either of those last 2 starts, should be right there in the end.
There are a couple of class droppers in here, so it makes this race a little difficult to decipher who is taking the biggest class drop. But his last 2 races, I think, have been pretty tough, especially his race 2 starts back where he finished second to Tulane Trist, who is a very nice sprinter, even recently went against Stakes Company. So I went with this horse, honestly, Scott, because of the class relief, but also his ability to be tactical. He doesn't need the lead. He can sit just off the pace. He can really win from anywhere under Flavian.
The 2-horse Super Comet is 4-1 right now. He also drops in class, gets blinkers, cuts back in distance, and so that all should add up to a improved effort. Last time out, they went out to a mile 70 for the first time in his career. Didn't quite work out, but he's got some sprint races which should make him competitive in this spot.
He'll be closing late. He, too, ran in the same race that he's in charge was in, but this horse did not get out of the gate that day. He was awkward away from the stalls, and I think the addition of blinkers today and the turn back in distance will help him be a little bit sharper, but he is who he is. He's not going to be faster. I just hope he breaks well and he gets a good pace flow in front of him, but the biggest thing is for that pace to come back to him.
And then King's Mischief, the number 7 horse to the outside, 10-1. Another one that's making some changes here, dropping in class, back to sprinting, back to dirt. And he's got some dirt races that are solid over at Churchill and most notably here at Keeneland. His run back in October behind Ducali and Winter Pool coming out of strong company there. He won 2 starts back at Tampa Bay Downs, so I think that he's absolutely a player in here at a price.
You have to use him because of the class, but I actually think some of his better races are going a distance of ground. His allowance effort at Tampa on the turf, 2 starts back, he won. If you look at his race prior to that when he broke his maiden back at Ellis of 2021, it was going a mile, so maybe the 7 furlongs is okay, but I personally think he's better going a little bit farther. But he is 10-1 if you want to throw in a price.
We've seen these cutback horses here on the meet do well in these one-turn races, so we'll see if that comes into play with the 2 and 7 in here. Less than 16 minutes to post. Once again, race number 3 begins this afternoon's $1 pick six.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. $50,000 the claiming price for these 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Main track fast, turf firm, rail at 15 feet on the turf course. Start of the pick 6, no changes in this third race, and post time in 3 minutes.
Very close to post time to start the pick 6. We're looking at the one-horse Grove Daddy. Looks nice. I think the freshening has done him some good. Neil Pessin telling me that he got a little bit sour, and that's why they gave him a break, and he took a break along with his workmate. This Coltier, Gelding rather, Grove Daddy, his main responsibility, as Neil Pessin was telling me, his trainer, is to be Bell's the One's workmate. So when she took a break, he took a break, and he's come back with a better attitude. And he was as low as 7-1 just a few moments ago, so he's getting a little bit of attention.
Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. I mean, I can't imagine that he's outworking Bell's the One each and every time, but probably keeping good company with Bell's the One. That's great insight, Scott. This is a horse, look, on his best day, he can compete with the rest. I get it that sometimes horses get a little bit barn sour. Sometimes they stay sour. So we'll see if he can turn things around today against $50,000 claimers.
Super Comet, the number 2 horse, the cutback in distance. Gelding, son of Super Saver, adding blinkers here today for Cassie.
I like him. On the track today, he was, when you look at him physically, he's probably the biggest horse in the group. He's got the most substance to him, and that's very important at this distance at 7 furlongs. It's a tricky distance. Some horses just get a little too tired, so he's got a good combo here, Scott. Not only is he turning back in distance, but he also has the size to him.
Roderick is a horse that we've seen put together some big efforts in the past. That's the number 3 horse. He was third in the Nyquist Stakes on Breeders' Cup weekend back in 2020 right here at Keeneland. Has won since then. That was in November of 2020, but we haven't seen him in over 9 months. So a long layoff, class drop. Like the fact that Corrales is in the saddle. Gerardo Corrales says it had a nice meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, but at 9-2, as we've talked about, the Wesley runners, the tote board tends to tell you a little something about him, and I think that he's a little cold on the board.
Maybe, but we did see, opening day, a long shot winner come out of Wesley Ward's barn. He won the last race of the day. He's had a couple of nice price winners, too. So they've not all been the favorite. And with Roderick, it's feast or famine for him. He needs to get out of the gate because when he doesn't really make the lead or get a comfortable position towards the front end, it's game over. But I just think he's a threat in terms of wiring the field, and he's coming into the race fresh. And it's Wesley Ward. You've been warned. That's all I'm saying.
Price is drifting. He just drifted up to 5-1 for what it's worth. It is post time. Horses should be arriving at the gate here very quickly for race number 3, which starts today's pick 6.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the Pick Six. They are at the post. And they're off. Roderick, and he's in charge. Broke alertly. King's Mischief is there in the opening strides up on the far outside, followed by King's Ovation, who comes away in fourth and now moves up in third between horses as they head up the backstretch. He's in charge. Down to the rail. Leads it now by just a half length. King's Mischief second, 3/4 of a length. King's Ovation is between horses in third. Roderick backs away down toward the inside in fourth by just a neck. Carmel Bay fifth on the outside of that one. Super Comet going to be wide. Next to last in sixth, heading onto the far turn. 4 lengths off the lead and trying to move up on the far outside, and Grove Daddy is last. 23.87 seconds the time for the opening quarter. He's in charge, leading King's Mischief by a half length onto the far turn. Roderick is toward the inside and third, looking for more running room from there, though. It's just a length off the lead. Super Comet toward the outside is fourth, 2 lengths from the front, followed by King's Ovation, and then Carmel Bay and Grove Daddy at the back as they move for the top of the stretch. He's in charge, King's Mischief, on even terms for the lead. A gap of 2. Roderick is in third, still looking for some running room from there as they turn for home. King's Ovation, Super Comet on the outside, and now Roderick tries to find room to try to come after. He's in charge, who's got a 2-length lead at the 8th pole. Roderick has room now, but is still second. King's Mischief third, King's Ovation fourth. He's in charge, the one to catch. 3-length lead for He's in Charge. Roderick is still trying, still second. He's in charge. Flavian Pratt to win it. He's in charge. Roderick was home second, and then it was King's Ovation up for third. King's Mischief was fourth.
He's in charge, getting an easy victory here today for trainer Al Stahl, taking a drop in class under Flavian Pratt. You can see him leading the charge here, coming down the stretch. It was a tale of 2 very different trips between He's in Charge and Roderick. Roderick just could not work out the trip today, was in tight a little bit coming around the turn, and has to finish for second. Number 4, He's in Charge with the victory as a favorite at 7-5 for race 3.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 4, He's in Charge, finished first. Number 3, Roderick was second. Number 6, King's Ovation third. Number 7, King's Mischief fourth. 4, 3, 6, 7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 4, He's in Charge, owned by Paul Braverman and Timothy Pinch, trained by Al Stahl Jr., Flavian Pratt, the jockey. He's in Charge, a 4-year-old gelded son of Candy Ride out of Brazen Persuasion by Indian Charlie. Winner bred in Florida by Bridlewood Farm. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.86 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official. 4, 3, 6, 7, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and it's the start of the late pick 5. The main track is fast, the turf firm, and again the rail at 15 feet on the turf course today. In this fourth event, scratch both the 1 and the 1A, Bourbon Therapy and Hill of Tara. Also scratch both the 2 and the 2B, Put the Pass Behind and Don't Invade My Space. Also scratch the 5, Spurs Up, and scratch 13, Taster for the King. That's in the fourth race. Scratch both the 1 and the 1A, Bourbon Therapy and Hill of Tara. Scratch both the 2 and the 2B, Put the Pass Behind and Don't Invade My Space. Also scratch the 5, Spurs Up, and scratch the 13, Taster for the King. The fifth race, scratch number 4, Fracking Nasty. Scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Scratch number 12, Now Use Can't Leave. And scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. That's in race 5. Scratch the 4, Fracking Nasty. Scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Also scratch the 12, Now Use Can't Leave. And scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. A reminder, number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race. Jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Again, number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race. Jockey will be Raylu Gutierrez. Sixth race. Contrary to the program, Kobe B, number 8, is a gelding. That's in the sixth race. Contrary to the program, Kobe B, number 8, is a gelding. Featured seventh race, scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Also scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost. And scratch the 15, Spanish Kingdom. That's in the featured seventh. Scratch number 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Scratch 14, Kentucky Ghost, and scratch 15, Spanish Kingdom. A reminder, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, the jockey Adam Beschizza. Again, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, the jockey Adam Beschizza. Eighth and final race, the jockey for number 6, Kennedy's Bow, Javier Padron Barcenas. That's the eighth and final race. The jockey for the 6, Kennedy's Bow, will be Javier Padron Barcenas. Also in that eighth race, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Number 6, Kennedy's Bow, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Fast track, firm turf.
Race number 4 on the card here at Keeneland Racecourse, bringing together a really nice group of 2-year-olds. Magic Tap is my top selection. Gabby, 4-1 right now. Well-bred son of Tappet, purchased for $450,000 out of the September sale here at Keeneland last year. And Ron Winchell and his team, Winchell Thoroughbreds, they have had such great success. They are very analytical in choosing horses that they purchase out of the yearling sale here at Keeneland. And not only is he a good-looking colt, he's relaxed. He's a half-brother to American Gal, who's a multiple Grade 1 winner, winning the Test and the Humana Distaff.
Yes, and she was very good in her own right. So this horse obviously has a stellar pedigree. And a precocious pedigree, too, which is always what you want to see. You mentioned that Steve, he does really well with his 2-year-olds at Churchill and even maybe Saratoga in the summer, and is limited with his starters here during the Keeneland Spring Meet. But it is telling, and this horse is absolutely beautiful, Scott. I'm here in the paddock looking at him, and a beautiful son of Tappet.
It's just his demeanor is what is catching my eye in watching him here in the proceedings now as he moves to the next stage of this journey in his first career start. You've got the 9 on top. Here's a first-time starter, a colt by Munnings for Rusty Arnold, also a Keeneland graduate. What led you to late September the 9?
I just like Munnings, and a lot of the time we see Munnings and the progeny be a little bit earlier and successful here in the spring with the 2-year-olds. So I like the pedigree by Munnings out of Hello, Maggie May. You get Lemon Drop Kid on the bottom side. And Rusty Arnold's another one that we don't often see him debut a lot of 2-year-olds in the springtime here at Keeneland, but what he does, they usually show up. So I just thought that it was kind of an interesting pedigree here. And looking at him in the paddock, he's got good size to him, Scott. He's kind of whinnying around, or he's making all kinds of noises. So I definitely want to pay attention to this one as we get a track side to see if he kind of shifts his focus to the task at hand today.
The 6 Talkin' Pharaoh is the favorite, both of our second selections. The word is that this horse is a very good horse. I've heard a few people tell me this as we've led up to the proceedings, including his owner, Mr. Randy Lowe, who is most well known for his exploits with Lady Shipman, who is the mother of Golden Pal, one of the fastest horses in training. So we'll see if he can live up to expectations here today. And they purchased this horse for $260,000 out of the September sale here at Keeneland last year.
He's very strong, very, very strong. He's got a huge engine, which what you need to get out of the gate in their first start, and he's debuting here with the blinkers on. But the interesting thing about him, Scott, is that he's very relaxed. Very, very relaxed. Like, he's not fussing about anything. They put the saddle on him really easily, so you almost want him to maybe pick it up trackside. So we'll be paying attention to that.
The 10 Sergeant Counselor, another Keeneland sales graduate from the September sale last year, first starter for Will Walden and owned by Frank Taylor of Taylor Made. This is going to be under the Ready Made Racing banner that you're going to see more of. This colt also you'll see at the Keeneland April sale. He'll be early in that sale, selling his hip number 2 from the first crop of Bolt Doro, who's already had a 2-year-old winner, did so with a runner down at Turf Paradise in Phoenix, Arizona.
Great story regarding Will Walden here, who sends out his first starter for owner Frank Taylor, Sergeant Counselor. Again, another one that I think you definitely have to pay attention to as the 7 horse is acting up a little bit here in the paddock. So we're going to take a closer look at some of these horses trackside. Gotta love 2-year-olds in the spring here in the paddock. But Sergeant Counselor, I definitely think one to consider here as well. But the 6 Talkin' Pharaoh is your 2-1 favorite. And once again, we'll have more trackside with these 2-year-olds.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race, the Lantern Hill. Maiden special weight, 2-year-olds going the Headley course distance, 4.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch both the 1 and the 1A, Bourbon Therapy and Hill of Tara. Scratch both the 2 and the 2B, Put the Past Behind and Don't Invade My Space. Also scratch number 5, Spurs Up. And scratch number 13, Taster for the King. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the late pick 5, fast track, firm turf, 6 minutes to post.
Taking a look at these 2-year-olds on track, going 4.5 furlongs on the dirt. And we'll start with the inside, Abinadi for Louis Mendez. This horse really caught my eye in the paddock. I thought he was very professional. He was very athletic looking too, kind of just looks like an early 2-year-old. The problem with him is that he does draw the rail. Sometimes you just have to show speed coming out of the gate. We've seen even Wesley Ward horses not being able to win from the rail post position in these 2-year-old races. You have to be quick from the gate, otherwise you get into trouble and you kind of get bogged down on the inside. But he looks racy, looks great. And after I saw him in the paddock, I looked at the board and I was surprised to see him at 3-1. So I do think that this horse is live. We'll move on to the 4, Simply Super. This was a Clocker Report horse, and he is getting a lively warm-up under Tyler Gaffalione. He's another one that looks very strong. I'm wondering how much speed he will show from the gate, but you do have to love this aggressive warm-up here. I like 2-year-olds getting a good warm-up because it just kind of gets their nervous energy out of their system. This is the first time that they're doing this in the afternoon, and it kind of gets them to focus a little bit more. And I can see that from the warm-up under Tyler with the 4, Simply Super. Again, a Clocker Report pick. The 6, Talkin' Pharaoh. I mentioned that this horse was very calm, very relaxed in the paddock, and I haven't really seen any shift in that coming trackside. I don't know necessarily if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Sometimes we see Wesley Ward horses and they are so reserved, they're so calm, and they still show an incredible amount of gate speed. With a first time starting 2-year-old, I don't know. It's hard to say. Physically, he looks great, but he is very, very relaxed. So do take note of that. Now, the 7, Baytown Get It On. I just wanted to mention this horse because he was taking some play at 7-1. He was kind of a mess in the paddock. He had difficulty getting the saddle on. And then ever since then, I mean, he's calmed down a little bit, but my concern is that he's a little bit too over the top here coming back. This is the only horse with a second career start in the race. And then we finally will get to the number 8 horse. This is Magic Tap. Steve Asmussen, he does magic with the tappets. Tappets can sometimes be problematic. Sometimes even the best ones have a little bit of an attitude in the afternoon. What struck me about this horse is the complete opposite. He's extremely professional. He's handled himself with class and grace from the get-go. And even though I did see him warm up on the track, what also struck me about him is his walk. He just has a long, nice stride, a beautiful son of Tappet with a very nice female family, again, out of the American story. So look for this one to have a big performance, the 8 Magic Tap. But many ways to go, a very interesting group of 2-year-olds up next as we're 2 minutes out.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 8, Magic Tap. Keeneland's 4th race, a late scratch. Scratch number 8, Magic Tap. Scratched on the advice of the veterinarian. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Lantern Hill, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Talkin' Pharaoh and Sergeant Counselor come out 1-2. Simply Super is away running in third. Baytown get it on fourth. Late September comes away running in fifth. Mariachi Crush is in sixth. Abinadi next to last for the move around the far turn. Abinadi seventh against the rail, nearly 8 lengths off the lead, then a gap of 7 more back of that when Revere Note is last. Here's Simply Super moving up to challenge Talkin' Pharaoh, who's got the lead by a neck. Sergeant Counselor third on the far outside, 2 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. It is Talkin' Pharaoh to the inside, Simply Super there to the outside. These two matching strides, 5 lengths to the good past the 8th pole. Sergeant Counselor is in third. Abinadi is still far back. 16th pole, Simply Super ahead in front. Talkin' Pharaoh is fighting on, but second, Simply Super and Tyler Gaffalione. Simply Super getting up to win it. Talkin' Pharaoh was home second. Sergeant Counselor across the line in third, and Late September fourth.
Simply Super was here today on debut, able to run down the speedster out of the Wesley Ward barn, Talkin' Pharaoh, and this is why you got to tune into today at Keeneland. This was on the Clocker Report, and this colt went off at odds of 6-1.
Yeah, great information. This horse had been training really forwardly here at Keeneland and caught the eye of our clockers. Therefore, the Clocker Report pick, and getting the win at a nice price at 6-1 over 2-1. And it does appear that the 10 horse Sergeant Counselor rounding out the trifecta at 8-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 4, Simply Super, finished first. Number 6, Talkin' Pharaoh, was second. Number 10, Sergeant Counselor, third. Number 9, Late September, fourth. 4, 6, 10, 9, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 4-6, 10-9, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's fourth race, the Lantern Hill, number 4, Simply Super. Owned by the Maxis stable of Sidney Carmia, trained by Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Simply Super, 2-year-old son of Super Saver out of So You Know by Jumpstart. Bred in Maryland by MC Stable LLC. Headley course, 4.5 furlongs, 52.33 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill trophy presentation to the connections of Simply Super. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering at start of the late pick 4. The turf is listed firm, rail at 15 feet. In the fifth race, scratch the 4, Fracking Nasty. Scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Scratch the 12, Now Use Can't Leave. And scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. Again, scratch the 4, Fracking Nasty. Scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Scratch the 12, Now Use Can't Leave. And scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. A reminder, number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race, the jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race, the jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Sixth race, number 8, Kobe B, contrary to the program, is a gelding. That's the sixth race, number 8, Kobe B, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Featured seventh race, scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost. And scratch the 15, Spanish Kingdom. That's in the featured seventh race. Scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost, and scratch the 15, Spanish Kingdom. A reminder, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, the jockey Adam Beschizza. Number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, the jockey will be Adam Beschizza. Eighth and final event, jockey for the 6, Kennedy's Bow, Javier Padron Barcenas. That's the 8th and final race. The jockey for the 6, Kennedy's Bow, Javier Padron Barcenas. A reminder that number 6, Kennedy's Bow, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding. Fast track, firm turf.
It's late pick 4 time here at Keeneland Racecourse for this Wednesday, April 20 card, and we're looking into the paddock at the number 9 horse right now. That is Viburnum for Kelsey Danner, a filly by Include, who comes off of a 5-month layoff. She was eligible for this race, or she got eligibility for this race by running for $40,000 in her first race, in this starter allowance race where she surfaces here this afternoon. So it's been a while, and clearly she's panned out to be a much better filly than what was thought of her, at least first time out, running for 40. So here she is today, 5-1 on the board. Last seen in the Dowager here at Keeneland, finishing just 5.5 lengths behind a very good field. But I think that this filly should be able to take advantage of this condition nicely here this afternoon.
And she's already stakes placed, Scott. So she's a black type filly, 2 starts back at Kentucky Downs. She finished second against Stakes Company in the Dueling Ground Oaks. She's pretty consistent, and the fact that she can run on a soft turf, a firm turf, a turf somewhere in between is encouraging. The only thing is she's going to need the appropriate setup at this distance. To me, I think she probably needs a little bit longer than a mile.
You've got the Belmont trainee, Runaway Rockette, the number 10 on top, and currently sits at 7-1. She was able to get eligible for this race in her most recent race, where she ran for $35,000. She finished second that day, and now being protected in this spot today.
It was a slow pace, but she and the winner both did close from off of the pace. The thing about that race, though, she had to go extremely wide in the final turn, and then she was also drifted out to the center of the racetrack. I actually thought she should have won that last race. Today, she's protected in for the starter allowance condition, and I do think that she has to improve in order to win, but maybe that last race woke her up, and I like her at the distance of a mile.
The number 2 horse, Ewens, with Joe Sharp sending this filly postward here at Keeneland for the first time. She's figured it out as of late. Her one bad race lately was when she caught a sloppy track in a race that was taken off the turf at Fairgrounds, and then she rebounded with 2 good runs at Fairgrounds against First Level Allowance Company. So the light bulb has gone on in her recent races, and I don't see any reason to think that that won't continue here today, and she's 4-1 on the board.
She just doesn't always follow through. She is improving, which you have to like about her, but she's got 5 seconds and only 1 win in her form of 15 starts. So that was my only concern with Ewens. She's right there, but she doesn't really have a lot of follow through.
And then the 8-horse Dreamful for trainer Brad Cox, current favorite at odds of 8-5. She's a filly that ran well at this condition back in October here at Keeneland Racecourse. Since then, she's been tested against First Level Allowance Company up at Turfway Park, so returns to the grass for the first time since that Keeneland run back in the fall.
There are a lot of things to like about this filly, except the price at 9-5. She's good at a mile. She's good on the turf. She's got the right type of running style, and that she'll be forwardly placed, but doesn't necessarily need the lead. In many ways, Scott, she's probably the horse to beat.
Race number 5 starts the late pick 4 here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. We are less than 13 minutes away from post time.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. Starter allowance fillies and mares age 3 and up at 1 mile over the firm turf. Rail set at 15 feet. Scratch the 4, Fracking Nasty. Scratch the 11, My Mate Marmite. Also scratch the 12, Now Use Can't Leave. And scratch the 14, Ho 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 Ho. A reminder, number 13, Freedom Bound, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Post time is 6 minutes.
Five minutes to post before this 5th race, and we're looking at the number 6 horse for Michelle Nihei. Hasn't been seen in a couple of months. 1 for 16 in her career, but making a solid appearance out here on the course.
Yeah, I just really liked how this mare was presenting herself on track. She looks very fit, considering she hasn't raced since January, and that was her only start. Prior to that, she ran in November, so she's had limited starts in the last 6 months or so. And I just thought she looked fresh, ready to go on the track, and her last race was encouraging. And today I think she could take another step forward. I like her at the mile, too. She's a racy-looking mare on track.
Favorite showing good energy as well. That's the 8-horse Dreamful. That's where we go to next. She's leveled off as she's gotten moving, but she looks well out there, and there's certainly no concern for fitness, considering she's had plenty of racing here as of late for Brad Cox, and she's part of the Clock Report. We'll see if she's able to, the Clock Report rather, is able to give the Clock Report a second consecutive win on the afternoon.
I'm almost surprised that they have campaigned her going to distance of ground, because the way she's built, she is very strong. She's got a very strong shoulder, very strong on her hindquarters. Scott, she almost looks like a sprinter, but I guess she can get away with it at a mile given her tactical speed.
Another nice pool as far as the pick 4 is concerned, just shy of $200,000. Should be hitting that mark here in the next few clicks, as we are less than 3 minutes away from the start of the late pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Golden Voice from the inside. Here's Dreamful from the outside. And Cuzzy Wuzzy up close in the opening strides as well. Freedom Bound moves up out in the center of the course, forwardly placed as they head into the first turn. Dreamful clears the inside traffic, though, and gets over to the rail to save ground around the turn with the lead. It is Dreamful on top by 2 lengths. Freedom Bound is second by a neck. Cuzzy Wuzzy third. To the inside, Isu fourth between horses. Runaway Rocket 3 wide and fifth off the turn. Golden Voice moves up 2 spots from 6th into 4th against the rail. Hat Tip out in the center of the course further back is in 7th. Silky Warrior 8th. Ewens is 9th. And Viburnum last of the 10 as Dreamful shows the way. Opening quarter, 23.36 seconds. Dreamful on the lead by 3.5 lengths up the back stretch. And Cuzzy Wuzzy goes second, a length and a half. Freedom Bound third, a half length. Golden Voice against the rail is in 4th. 5 lengths off the lead at the entry to the far turn. Runaway Rocket next up on the far outside. 6 lengths to make up on the leader for Runaway Rocket, who's now in between horses as Hat Tip swings to her outside around the far turn. And then comes Ewens down toward the inside, who's looking for running room from there with ground to make up, still 5 from the lead. And Dreamful to catch. Leads it by 2 lengths off the turn to Cuzzy Wuzzy, Runaway Rocket, Hat Tip far outside. And now here comes Golden Voice. Golden Voice has an opening down toward the inside. Ewens is trying to find some running room late. A late charge from Hat Tip is still back in 5th. Golden Voice up the rail to the lead. Golden Voice by a head. Dreamful is still fighting on the outside, though. And then Ewens is 3rd. Golden Voice, Dreamful, Ewens, then Viburnum at the line. It is Golden Voice by a long nose or a head for Tyler Gaffalione.
Saving ground is so key in any race, but especially it seems in turf racing. And with post position number 1, Golden Voice was able to do that. The favorite set the pace, came off the rail enough at the top of the stretch to allow for that room for the 1 to work with. 8 dug back in, but it does look like the 1 edges out the favorite.
And you got to love Kurt Becker's call. This horse didn't win by a nose or a short nose, won by a long nose, judging by Kurt Becker. The 1 Golden Voice with a picture-perfect ride down on the inside. Upset winner here over the 3-2 favorite.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race in the photo: number 1, Golden Voice, finished first. Number 8, Dreamful, was second. Number 2, Ewens, was third. Number 9, Viburnum, was fourth. 1829 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Golden Voice, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff. Back-to-back wins on the card for the trainer-jockey combination Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione. Golden Voice, a 4-year-old filly by Golden Horn out of Mandrell by Dubawi, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm LLC. 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 35.78 seconds, and the results are official for Keeneland's fifth race. 1829, the official results. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. In this sixth event, number 8, Kobe B, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Number 8, Kobe B, contrary to the program, is a gelding. Featured seventh race, scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor, scratch the 5, Dynamite. Also scratch the 11, Get Her Number, scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost, and the 15, Spanish Kingdom. That's in the seventh and featured race. Scratch number 2, Fancy Liquor, scratch the 5, Dynamite. Also scratch the 11, Get Her Number, scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost, and scratch the 15, Spanish Kingdom. A reminder, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race. The jockey, Adam Beschizza. Number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, but the jockey will be Adam Beschizza. Eighth and final event, jockey for the 6, Kennedy's Bow, Javier Padron Barcenas. That's in the eighth and final race. The jockey for the 6, Kennedy's Bow, will be Javier Padron Barcenas. Contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding.
Down to the final 3 races of the afternoon, which means this one will start the late pick 3, race number 6 on the card. Non-orders of 2 company for $30,000. That's the claiming tag. They'll be going 7/8 of a mile, 7 furlongs here this afternoon. And the number 2 horse, Beep Beep, is my top selection. 9-5 right now for the Norm Cassie barn, a colt that adds blinkers, drops in class. Gabby hopefully can break better, though. That's been the issue with this 4-year-old son of Tapazar.
Yes, but I think the blinkers going on today will help him with that issue, and also the 7 furlongs. Obviously, when you get towards the inside with a horse that doesn't get out of the gate at 7 furlongs isn't necessarily ideal. You kind of would want maybe post 4 or post 5, but hopefully the blinkers on remedy the situation. And this is a big drop in class for this horse. And again, I just really like him at the 7/8.
Gray Wing, our second choice or second selections here. It comes in from Laurel Park, broke the maiden for $25,000, has some good speed, and hopefully can utilize that and getting some class relief. And getting Irad Ortiz Jr. Looks to be a big plus. Currently 3-1, second choice on the board.
Scott, I had to make a decision. Do I go with my husband's horse or do I go with my sister's horse at the end of the day? I went to Beep Beep on top just because of the big drop in class. But a win by Gray Wing would be amazing as well here. And I think the key to this horse is the gate break. I think he needs the lead. So a fast break, hope to take the field gate to wire. I might be sleeping in a hotel tonight, Scott.
A house divided for sure. The number 9 horse, El Segundo, is my third choice. A colt by Munnings, comes out of an allowance try at Mahoning Valley. I don't have a problem with these Mahoning Valley, Ohio invaders down here to Keeneland in races like this. And I think that should be able to respond with a good effort, hopefully coming from off the pace here this afternoon. Currently on the board at 24-1.
Big long shot, but he had a very wide trip last time out, and that was his first race in quite some time, and about 1.5 years. So he probably needed his last race, and he finds a decent group here today. I don't think he's without a shot at a big long shot, Scott.
Tyler Gaffleone, he's looking for 3 consecutive wins on the card, and he has the number 3 horse as the opportunity and avenue to do so. That is Drop Anchor for Brendan Walsh, previously out on the West Coast with Patty Gallagher. Has spent some time here in Kentucky in the past. In fact, started his career off and went back west. Not quite up to task there, but Brendan Walsh, the fact that he's got room in his barn for a runner like this, perhaps worth paying attention to at 7-1.
Yes, he is a little bit of an inconsistent sort, though, especially in his last couple of races. But the way that Brendan's horses have been running so far at the meet, I think you definitely have to consider this horse, especially first time coming out of the Walsh barn. All of his horses have really been showing up and in good order. The issue with him, I don't know where he finds himself last time out. He showed speed going a mile, but prior to on the dirt, he really hasn't shown any speed. So it'll be curious to see if he does do well, where he's going to be positioned throughout the race.
Race number 6, 7 furlongs will be the distance. Again, late pick 3 time here at Keeneland Racecourse as we are less than 13 minutes away from post time.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, a claiming race for a price of $30,000. 3-year-olds and up 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches, no jockey changes in the 6th race. A reminder, number 8, Kobe B, contrary to the program, is a gelding. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also offered here. Post time in 5 minutes.
There's the look at the number 1 horse, Barstow, for Eric Foster. First off the claim move for this barn. Not a bad-looking colt by Mastery, and we know that he's done well in distances like this in the past. He broke his maiden, in fact, here at Keeneland Racecourse, going 7 furlongs. He then followed that up with a 3rd-place finish against Starter Company. Granted, it was a 5-horse field, but at 12-1, these are some horses to consider at prices based on looks and the form. There is some form there to lean on when it comes to Barstow if he's able to come on from that inside post. The number 4 horse, Haney Boys, for Tom Vanberg. He's not a bad-looking gelding either. He hit a good string of races as of late. Caught a muddy surface last time out. He's over the course of his career not fared all that well when tracks come up off as far as wet. So I think that the cutback in distance, or the step up in distance, I should say, to 7 furlongs should be a plus for him. Horse that was able to break his maiden down at Oaklawn Park, that very tough meeting down in Hot Springs, Arkansas. He is 27-1. And then finally, the number 7 horse, Captain Fantastic. Another price, well, he's 6-1, so he's not far off of the top 2 in the wagering. But this is an Ethan West trainee that gets back to dirt. Another one that was capable of running some races over against tough company at places such as Oaklawn Park and Churchill Downs. And he'll cut back in distance for his return to Keeneland. Last time we saw him here, he was still a maiden, and he was going at the longer distances. But that looks like the one-turn scenario, based on his most recent effort, should be a plus. And he's live on the tote board, the number 7 horse with Luis Saez in the saddle, which is another positive when looking at the 7, Captain Fantastic. Race number 6 starts the late pick 3, and less than 2 minutes from right now.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race. They are at the post. And they're off. Haney Boys broke alertly. El Segundo is there. Kobe B has early speed as well as they head up the back stretch. And now here comes Gray Wing to join that lead pack. Goes from 4th to 2nd. Gray Wing moves up, puts ahead in front. El Segundo and Kobe B right there as well. And Haney Boys now 4th down toward the inside. Drop Anchor, 5th between horses. Barstow is 6th down toward the inside. Looks for some running room. 1 lane off the rail. Captain Fantastic in 7th. Beep Beep is 8th. Notable Exception is in 9th. 23.03 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Gray Wing against the rail leads it by almost a full length. Kobe B is 2nd by a half length. El Segundo is 3rd and caught wide around the far turn. Haney Boys is 4th down toward the inside. Then Barstow. Captain Fantastic, who's 4 wide around the turn. 5 lengths from the lead. Just to the outside of Drop Anchor. Back up front, Kobe B up to challenge for the lead. Gray Wing is there to the inside as they turn for home. These two going at it as they move to the top of the stretch. El Segundo is 3rd and trying to find more. El Segundo moves up now to challenge Kobe B, who has just taken the lead from Gray Wing as they move by the 8th pole. Drop Anchor is still 5 lengths away, along with Haney Boys, then Notable Exception. Past the 8th pole, Kobe B, a 5-length lead. 16th pole back to Haney Boys. Notable Exception, then Captain Fantastic. It is Kobe B for Corey Lannery in front. Kobe B, the winner. Notable Exception rallied up for 2nd by a head on the line over Haney Boys, but that will be a photo for place.
Kobe B building off of that comeback race, which was his first career victory. It took a step forward here today as he ends up making this one look very easy. The number 8 going off at odds of 9-1.
Yeah, big long shot here for trainer Dale Romans and owned by Tammy Fox and Burton Jones. Kobe B with an easy victory in the end, drawing away from them at 9-1.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 8, Kobe B, finished first. Number 6, Notable Exception, was second. Number 4, Haney Boys, third. Number 7, Captain Fantastic, fourth. 8-6-4-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Kobe B. Owned by Tammy Fox and Brereton Jones, trained by Dale Romans, the jockey Corey Lannery. Kobe B, a 4-year-old gelded son of Summerfront out of Enjoy the Family by Brother Derek, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 25.52 seconds. Results of Keeneland's sixth race official. 8-6-4-7, the official results. Keeneland's featured seventh race upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Turf is Firm, rail at 15 feet. Scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Scratch number 11, Get Her Number. Scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost. And scratch the 15, Spanish Kingdom. Again, scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Scratch the 11, Get Her Number. Also scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost, and the 15, Spanish Kingdom. A reminder, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, the jockey Adam Beschizza. 13, Argentello, draws into the race, but the jockey will be Adam Beschizza. Eighth and final race, the jockey for number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is Javier Padron Barcenas. That's the eighth and final race, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, the jockey Javier Padron Barcenas. Contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding. Number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is a gelding. Carryover for that Toyota Super High 5 of over $38,000 in race 8.
This is the 7th race on the card, the featured event on this Wednesday, April 20th card. Third level allowance condition at 1 16th on the firm listed turf course. The number 10 horse is where we begin. That is Beacon Hill for Michael Matz, a Blaine gelding that comes out of some strong runs between here and over in New York. Last time we saw him, he was against $100,000 Stakes Company. Gabby, he ran here back in the fall, during the fall meet here at Keeneland, and he finished third behind Cavalry Charge. You had a nice winter down in New Orleans, winner of the Grade 3 Fairgrounds Handicap back in February, and a pretty straightforward horse. He holds good position and kicks on when he's asked.
Yeah, exactly. He's a very useful horse. He's been pretty consistent throughout his 8 races in his career, and the important thing about him is his running style, Scott. He can win from on the lead, off the pace. He's even closed way off the pace before, so you have to like that agility and the ability to kind of to change tactics because that's very important in these turf races.
He's 9-2 right now in a very close race for favoritism as far as the win wagering is concerned. You've got Gray's Creek on top, the 7 at 9-1 for Mr. Larry Best, OXO Equine, Paulo Lobo. Last seen maybe out of his element a bit in the Grade 1 Jaipur at Belmont Park. That was the last time we saw him.
And he had a bad trip in that race, too. He was down on the inside. He was shuffled around. He had to check in the very late stages of the race. It did look like he was about to run on at a huge price at 56-1 that day. But unfortunately, with all that trouble, he was 8th in that field. I still think that he is a better horse going distance of ground. And Scott, I mentioned this on our morning show today at Keeneland. Some horses you just find yourself picking every single time they run when you're handicapping the races. And that is what Gray's Creek is to me.
Camp Hope, he's 2 for 2 on this Keeneland turf course. Picked up a first level allowance victory and then won the Bryant Station last fall here at Keeneland. Then shipped out west to run in the Grade 1 Del Mar Derby. So I don't want to say that this group is a far cry from that, but you've got Grade 1 company that he comes out of. I just wonder if maybe they were hoping that the turf course would come up with a little bit more moisture in it, because of those races back in the fall, he caught a good listed course and then a soft listed course. So I wonder how he'll handle the firm going here today.
I think he should be fine. That was a very tough race, the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby, and he also had a little bit of trouble going into the first turn. And if you look at his races in which he was successful in the Bryant Station here at Keeneland and even that allowance race prior to, he was forwardly placed. So I feel like they figured out that this is a horse that wants to be forwardly placed in his turf races, and he wasn't afforded that position in his last race. We just have to hope he's fit and ready to go off the layoff.
Lastly, we'll go to the 8 Invader as we stand paddock side for the featured event. Invader, son of Warfront, a Keeneland September sale graduate from the 2018 sale. They purchased him for $500,000, and he's got speed, as you would expect out of the Wesley Ward barn.
His best weapon is that speed, so expect him to be on the lead, looking at other horses that could potentially pressure him. I don't know, Scott. I'm trying to find horses. I mean, Pine Knoll, just to his outside, he sat off the pace in a very slowly run race, going a mile last time out. If you look at horses towards the inside, there's not too much speed. So I really think he's going to be in a position to control on the front end, which makes him dangerous.
This really is an incredible betting opportunity here. Look at the prices on these horses. 4-1 is the shortest price right now. That is with the current favorite Invader for Wesley Ward, which would mean a $10 winner if these prices hold up, obviously subject to change over the course of the next 13 minutes. Take advantage of this great opportunity that's in front of us, the featured event, race 7 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Whisper Hill, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th on the firm turf. Rail set at 15 feet. Scratch the 2, Fancy Liquor. Scratch the 5, Dynamite. Also scratch the 11, Get Her Number. And scratch the 14, Kentucky Ghost, and the 15, Spanish Kingdom. Remember, number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey Adam Beschizza. Number 13, Argentello, draws into the race, the jockey Adam Beschizza. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time 6 minutes.
Really nice group of runners here from the front side perspective. Looks-wise, and no surprise given the level of competition and the maturity of these horses. And like the King number 1 horse, Gabby, formerly with Wesley Ward, he too was in that Bryan Station run, which was taken by Camp Hope. That was over soft ground. We'll see how he handles this comeback race, but he looks ready to roll here off the layoff.
Yes, he's been training at the farm in Ocala, and he looks fit and ready to go off of the layoff. Well posted to the inside, given his running style, Scott, because he is a horse that will be likely sitting just off of the pace. But, you know, the more I look at him on track, the more I do like him at a nice price at 7-1.
He's got Flavian Pratt in the saddle, who's really made his mark in a short period of time, spending full-time meet here at Keeneland Racecourse this spring. Let's move over to the number 8 horse. That is Invader. Johnny Velasquez, the Hall of Famer for Wesley Ward, now 5-1 on the tote board as they move around the truck there. But he looked fine. I like the way that he presented himself as he came out onto the course.
He's sticking with the pony right now, just trying to kind of reserve some of that energy and that speed that he'll likely show here this afternoon. I think that's his best weapon, and that's his best chance of winning this race, is to try to wire the field.
Beacon Hill, the 10, looks gorgeous out there. Still getting a great price, 5-1. Really, as far as the prices, if you like a horse, you're getting a good one, even on the favorite, who's currently sitting at 7-2. But what struck me was his size, the width of his neck, just a gorgeous runner. And my top selection. Hopefully we can get lucky here in the feature.
And the cool thing about him, too, not only his running style, but, Scott, he's managed to be effective at a mile and a 16th, a mile and an 1/8, even upwards of a mile and a half. It's very rare that you can see that versatility on the turf and also the versatility in his running style. He is a big, rangy, good-looking horse, and he's dappled out. He looks fantastic coming in off the layoff.
So the late money's coming in on Camp Hope. That has made him 7-2 currently. Keep an eye on the tote board. We've seen some big shifts in the wagering in the win odds late with just a few minutes to post. So do keep an eye on the tote board and see where the money is going late. Less than 3 minutes away from the feature. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Whisper Hill.
Thanks for noticing. I was real worried about it. Thanks for noticing. I appreciate that. You look like it. One away before you say something mean.
They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Glenn County from the inside with Like the King. Here's Invader moving up from between horses. Camp Hope is up close, and Street Ready comes away running in the 5th position. It's Invader, though, who has the lead now. Invader to the front by a length heading into the first turn. Street Ready moves up second on the outside. Camp Hope gets over to the rail to save ground in 3rd position. Invader now clears with that lead, gets down to the inside as well. So Invader hugs the rail around the turn, leads it by just a length. Then Street Ready, 2nd a half length. Camp Hope, 3rd a length. Followed by Gray's Creek, who's in the 4th position. Glenn County back to the rail is in 5th, running nearly 5 lengths off the early lead. TD Dance is 6th in between horses. Pine Knoll is 7th upon the outside. Like the King is 8th toward the rail. At the midpoint of the backstretch, Beacon Hill is in 9th. And Argentello, last of the 10, 23.02 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Invader leading Street Ready by 3/4 of a length. Camp Hope and then Gray's Creek on the outside. The first half mile went in 47.32 seconds. Glenn County back toward the inside in 5th, still 5 lengths from the front. TD Dance is 6th, changing lanes to the outside now with just over 5 to make up on the front pair. Invader and Street Ready are the front pair. They go at it, and now Street Ready has the lead and neck. Invader still there to the inside. Here comes Gray's Creek to the center of the course. Camp Hope is in behind horses, has to change lanes. Glenn County in tight in behind horses, and then comes TD Dance, who's got running to do, but is now finding the room to do it. Camp Hope up the rail. TD Dance is there. Late charge from Beacon Hill. Beacon Hill coming after Camp Hope. TD Dance between that pair. TD Dance, Beacon Hill, Camp Hope. Photo for the win in the feature.
What a finish in the featured event here at Keeneland Racecourse. A lot to unpack. You can see the gray horse, your top selection. He kind of bumped the horse down to the inside, but that was Camp Hope, if I'm not mistaken. And he takes advantage of that momentum and carries it forward. And then over the top, the 10 comes rolling from well off the pace. Quite a finish here in the feature.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. The 10 on the outside, that's Beacon Hill. The inside runner really held in well, but it comes down to a head bob in the end.
We'll give it a couple of more looks. That's Camp Hope out in front. Beacon Hill trying to get to him right here, very close on the wire, but we'll get an overhead shot now that will reveal a bit more. We're going to take you to the jockey cam to show you the finish as well.
Camp Hope ran a heck of a race doing all the work on the front end.
He did, especially with the contact that he took, too, from the gray runner. This will give us, I think, the best angle to try to figure this out.
Ooh.
The bob goes to the inside. I keep changing my mind here in the featured event.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race. Number 4, Camp Hope, finished first. Number 10, Beacon Hill, was second. Number 6, TD Dance, third. Number 9, Pine Knoll, was fourth. 4:10.69 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Whisper Hill, the unofficial winner, number 4, Camp Hope. Owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Camp Hope, a 4-year-old son of Summer Front, out of Praising by Pulpit, bred in Kentucky by Brett Jones. A mile and a 16th over the turf, listed firm, 1 minute 40.33 seconds. Back-to-back winners on the card for Sire Summer Front. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the featured Whisper Hill to the connections of Camp Hope. Results of Keeneland's featured 7th race official. 4:10.69, the official results. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. The main track listed fast. A $38,000 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. $38,853 the carryover. A reminder, the jockey for the 6, Kennedy's Bow, Javier Padron Barcenas. That's number 6, Kennedy's Bow, the jockey Javier Padron Barcenas. Contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow is a gelding.
Eighth and final is in front of us here on this Wednesday afternoon. Less than 15 minutes to post. We'll round things out with a group of maiden $20,000 claimers. And we're looking right now at the number 4 horse. Pronounce this one for me. Lapis Lazuli?
Yes.
There we go.
Good job.
For the Norm Cassie Barn, your husband gets off the rail here today and drops down in class. The class drop more than anything should wake him up, and that's why I'm going in the direction of this 4.
Yeah, same. I agree with you, Scott, that he just needs a drop in class. But I did like the fact that he showed a little bit of life in the early stages of the race last time out with the first time blinkers on. And that was also from the rail. He's had the rail the last 2 starts. A better post today coming from post 4, but expecting him to show speed like he did last time.
You've got the number 5 horse on top here in the nightcap for Keith DeSormo that is fully connected with Jimmy Graham in the saddle. Claimed last time out for $50,000, drops in for $20,000.
It's not always encouraging that you claim a horse for $50,000 and then you come back at it for $20,000, but I really thought his race 2 starts back was encouraging. He showed speed. It was 5.5 furlongs on the main track. I think he might be the fastest early, and to me, if he can duplicate that one race, that would put him in the winner's circle.
I think the same can be said for the 11 Hearns, 1-for-1 in the money in his career. He was close to 15-1 on debut, but he certainly outran those odds on the synthetic track. He's by Jimmy Creed. We see plenty of the Jimmy Creed runners win on the dirt course, so I don't think the move over here to Keeneland is going to be an issue for him. Hopefully he's as speedy as he was on debut with Colby Hernandez in the saddle this time.
Yeah, I do think that the field that he faced in his first start was is okay. And the bad thing about this race is that there are a lot of class droppers. But if you like him, you'll get paid. He's a nice price at 10-1.
We'll go over to the number 8 horse. That's Art Heist, who is currently sitting at 2-1. He is the favorite in this race for Dallas Stewart's. Like your husband's horse, taking a big drop down in class here today, and hopefully can show a little bit more life away from the starting gate.
The problem, the reason why I did not pick this horse on top is because of the distance. I almost like him going a little bit farther than 3/4. His 2-turn races seem to be a bit better, but you can't ever deny the drop in class. And today he keeps the blinkers on. He's had them on for the last 2 starts.
This is the 8th and final. Don't forget about the big Toyota Super High 5 carryover from last Saturday. Get involved on that $1 minimum wager. We are less than 12 minutes away from post time for the nightcap.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, maiden claiming race for a price of $20,000, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. The jockey for number 6, Kennedy's Bow, is Javier Padron Barcenas. Number 6, Kennedy's Bow, the jockey Javier Padron Barcenas. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 6, Kennedy's Bow is a gelding. Number 6, Kennedy's Bow is a gelding. $38,853 the carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time is 6 minutes.
Here's a look at a first-time starter, the number 1 horse, Bruce on the Loose. Doesn't get the easiest of draws. He's a big horse. I would be worried about him being able to be quick away from the starting gate, but I like his size, and he looks good for this first-time start for him.
I actually did have the opportunity to speak to Eric Foster, his trainer, earlier today, and he said he'd been working with the horse, working in company with the horse that had run earlier in the day. And I asked him about the rail post. He said, he wished he could have had any other post but the rail, because he doesn't know that this horse will show a lot of gate speed. And he also said that he strikes him as one that might not pop at first asking. He looks like a horse that could develop, but this is definitely the right level, and he's a horse that you could probably throw in underneath. But I thought that was really useful information coming from Eric.
The number 2 horse, Kevlar for Jesus Esquivel, a gelding by a declaration of war, was part of the focus this morning on Today at Keeneland. It was our Trip Note Pros segment. Make sure you're taking advantage of those at Keeneland.com/Trip Note Pros. They've been on to some big price horses here over the first couple of weeks during this spring meeting, and this is a huge price, 32-1 on the number 2 horse.
Now, this horse had a horrible trip last time out. You can kind of see it from the short comment that says steadied, faded from the half-mile pole, and that pretty much was the case. The rider just wrapped up on this horse after experiencing so much trouble. And prior to that, Scott, he went against Maiden Special Weight Company. So look for this horse. Kind of look at him as a class dropper from Maiden Special Weight to the Maiden 20, and a big price at 33-1.
And then finally, the number 6 horse, Kennedy's Bow, will wrap it up there. Also takes the big drop down in class. He's never finished in the top 3 in 6 previous starts, but he gets a huge bit of class relief, and he's not a bad-looking son of Gradar, the 5-year-old, as he makes his 7th career start.
He's a big boy. That's why it comes as no surprise that he has been going a distance of ground as of late. I think I have 2 concerns with him, is kind of his fitness off the layoff, just because he is such a big horse, and also the distance. I thought he did a little bit better with more distance than 3/4, but we'll see what he can do. Big long shot at 39-1, second highest price on the board right now.
The Toyota Super High 5 pool well over $72,000 with that carryover from last Saturday. $1 minimum wager. A big opportunity here to get a big score with that size of a pool. The Toyota Super High 5, again, just over $72,000. Good luck here in the Wednesday nightcap at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Art Heist outrunning for the early lead. Hearns is there. Now Fully Connected moves up. Fully Connected comes out of a crowd and goes to the front. Bruce on the Loose moves up into second. Art Heist is right there toward the outside. Lunar Rocket is fourth out toward the center of the track. Hearns fifth on the extreme outside. Isthmian sixth in between horses. Lapis Lazuli seventh back toward the inside, just 4 lengths off the lead. And then a break of 5 more lengths back to Kennedy's Bow in between horses. Right of Rush moves up 1 spot on the outside of that one. Kevlar next to last. Congrats to me, the distant trailer, 22.82 seconds for the opening quarter. Fully Connected leading Lunar Rocket by a length. Art Heist is third down toward the inside. Then a gap of 5 more lengths. Lapis Lazuli is in fifth. A margin of 7 more to right of Rush, who's got some running to do as they turn for home. Top of the stretch. And Fully Connected still chased by Lunar Rocket. Still a length and a half between the top 2 to Art Heist. And then Lapis Lazuli, who swings toward the outside from fourth. Still 5 lengths from the lead. The leader, Fully Connected, past the 8th pole for James Graham, leads it by 2.5 lengths. Lunar Rocket in second. Lapis Lazuli is in third. It is Fully Connected. Lapis Lazuli runs on from the outside. Fully Connected. Lapis Lazuli. Lapis Lazuli looked to get there on the wire for Joe Talamo.
He be small but mighty. Lapis Lazuli getting the victory from well off the pace. And when he got alongside the horse to his inside, that's when he really took off and kicked on for home to pull off this victory at 7-1.
Yeah, you mentioned Scott. He's not the biggest horse in the field. He's actually quite tiny, but he does have a very big heart. And once he got his feet underneath of him, he closes from off of it, sees those horses towards his inside. Another exciting close finish, but it does look like he gets his head down in time. The 4 Lapis Lazuli getting the victory here in the 8th and final race.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 4, Lapis Lazuli, finished first. Number 5, Fully Connected, was second. Number 9, Lunar Rocket, third. Number 8, Art Heist, was fourth. Number 7, Isthmian, fifth. 45987, unofficial. The unofficial winner of Keeneland's 8th race, number 4, Lapis Lazuli, owned by Sunderland Racing LLC of Justin Cassie. The trainer is Norm Cassie, the jockey Joe Talamo. Lapis Lazuli, 3-year-old son of More Than Ready out of Julie's Jewelry by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by Allied Racing Stable LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute, 11.91 seconds, and the results of race 8 are official. 45987, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 5 of 6 today. There will be a carryover of $41,273 for the pick 6. Again, a carryover, $41,273. The late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The Toyota Super High 5 will have no carryover tomorrow, as race 8 brings live racing for today to a close here at Keeneland. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.